Hey there, party people. How we doing today? Welcome in. Hey! Hope everyone's having a lovely day so far today. Hello, Firefly, Mantis, and Sugar Mouse. Congrats on being the first ones to arrive. Hello, Pakatuta. Hope you're doing well. Hi, Ems. Hi, Leah. Inch, good to see you too. Hi, Mel. Hi, Flippy. Hey, Melissa. Hope you're all doing super well today. If you all do not know the lovely Mel Crochets, they're an amazing streamer here on Twitch. You should absolutely go give them a follow if you're not already doing so. Hope your work is going well. That was like a lot of talking. I probably should have spread that out a little bit more. I did all that in like a breath or two. Oh boy. All right, let's see here. Well, welcome in everybody. We are doing something a little different today. I wanted to do a variety game, so not Stardew today. So I'm doing something I've been addicted to lately, which is playing the Slay the Spire board game. And we'll talk about all that in just a second here. Hi, BioBecky, welcome in. As we go over here to the Slay the Spire board game. There it is. I had to kind of fit it weirdly to the screen, so there is like a top and a bottom bar there. Sorry about that. Hey, Captain Claire, welcome in. It is very cool. So this is on tabletop. You can download this as a mod. I don't feel bad about it because I already own the game. I have it like over there vaguely somewhere. And so this does some of the work for you. Like I only have to press a few buttons in order to make it work. I'm going to turn the music down just a tad here. It's quite loud. Yeah, and so basically on Tabletop Simulator, there's a lot of different games that you can play. Ooh, interesting. I have not fought the Act 4 Elites yet, because you don't do that until Ascension 12, and we are currently going to be playing on Ascension 8. So I have gone through and I've won games. I haven't lost yet, actually, which has been pretty crazy. I won on Ascension 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and just this morning on Ascension 7. So we're going to be starting a new run on Ascension 8. So all the normal rules apply, and then we've got all of these things as well. Oh, Ansh, I'm sorry that you're not feeling great. I'm in a little bit of pain, but honestly, this morning I woke up and I was mostly fine. Like, it already feels a lot better. Like, I can still tell it's there, but I'm surprised how well it's healing. They warned me against a lot more than this, and it's been fine. They gave me, like, strong pain meds, and I just have not needed them at all, which has been really nice. Okay. So how I'm going to be playing is I'm not going to quite be playing solo. Yeah, we're playing the Slay the Spire board game today. Vegas Gamer. So I like to playing 3 different characters at the same time. So we're going to go here. I'm going to change my color to red. I'm going to select the Ironclad. Then I'm going to change my color to blue. I'm going to select the Defect. I'm going to change my color to green. And I'm going to select Silent. And then I'm going to change my color to black, which basically allows me to do everything. So now all 3 of those characters are selected. I'm not also selecting the Watcher. I find the Watcher is not as fun, both in the regular game and the board game. And I think it's more fun to play with these 3. Okay. I hope you're feeling better too, Ems. Hey, Final Senator, welcome in. Hey, Underscore. My board game group moved on. Yeah, you can play it online, and this version of it is actually really helpful. Okay, so a few things we're going to do here. We have to set the Ascension to Ascension 8. Whoops, Ascension 8, I said. Let me double check that that's right. Yeah, so our card removes now costs 4 gold. Thanks, Inch. We're also going to select the Claw Pack. I do a slightly different thing there, because this automatically puts like 8 claws into the deck, which is way too many. But we're gonna take out half of them is what I do, because this version of the claw is better than the normal one, unfortunately. I will say that even with the better claws, though, it's really not worth it to do it most of the time. I've had one run where claw was a featured star and not just like a card we had. All right, for those of you who don't know anything about Slay the Spire, it is like a deck building kind of roguelike game. So essentially we start out with just a starter deck for 3 characters. And as we go through the Spire, we're going to gain cards, gain relics, gain other benefits that are going to make us stronger. And we have to keep on defeating stronger and stronger enemies as we go through. And at some point, if we die, then we have to start all over. If even a single character dies, it's over. you cannot continue. So let's go ahead and press the start button. It's going to do some flipping around here. Oh, I hope so, Ems. This is the nice part about having scripts. It does most of the work for you. All right, so we are currently on floor 0, and we start out by gaining... I like to move some of this stuff around, by the way. I put the poison up here, and I put my shivs over here. We might not use shivs, we might not use poison. I will say, in every winning run I've played, I've had some combination of poison and shivs, so we'll see. So no matter which character you start with, you get 3 gold, which the game already gives you here, and a card reward, and then you can choose one more thing. So I like to put my gold here. Technically, the gold is not separated, but I kind of finagle that a little bit. And then everybody gets a card reward. So how we do that is we come over to this reward deck, and we pick out 3 cards, 2 and 3, and we get to pick one of them if we want to. Now, in the beginning of Slay the Spire, you want to be able to do a lot of damage very quickly. Poison Stab is not a very good card, unfortunately. So it does 1 damage and applies 1 poison. Poison at the end of the turn causes the enemy to lose 1 HP. That can be really good. This card also exhausts, though, so it's only a one-time use. It is kind of nice for getting out of your deck, but there is much better poison cards in the game. This one's just not great for that. Tactician is a really good card if you have things for it. So you cannot play this card, but if you discard it from your hand, you gain 2 energy. Oh, and it exhausts. Huh. I actually... some of these are slightly different than the regular game, and it confuses me sometimes. But we're not going to take Tactician either, because we don't have any support for it. We only have one way of discarding cards right now, and we're not likely to draw that one way and Tactician in the same hand. And even if we do, we're not really able to spend that energy effectively. So we're actually going to take Skewer. So Skewer always allows us to turn our energy into damage. So basically we can do 4 damage in a single turn with the Skewer, which we might not otherwise be able to do. And also at minimum, you can play this for 0 and do 1 damage. So that's always going to be useful. So let's put that back into our deck. Okay, and then we're going to go around and do the first card reward for everyone. All right, Ironclad, we're going to end up with a Flex, a Sever Soul, and an Iron Wave. Okay, unfortunately, none of these are incredible. So I think I'm not taking the Flex. Flex is just not a great card in this version of the game. I mean, it's not a great card in the normal version of the game either. There are some uses for it, but we need to get those online. Both of these cards, I'm going to take one of them for sure. I need damage. Getting early damage is super important. This is basically just like a strike and defend combined. So it's kind of nice for that. The thing, I think the reason I'm going to take Sever Soul, it costs 1 more energy and only does 1 or 2 more damage and does not give me the block. But there's some really powerful exhaust synergies later with Ironclad. So I'm going to want this in my deck to just be able to exhaust cards later. It's also nice to just have a 3 damage card. All right, and Defect. I've had some pretty cruddy runs with Defect lately, so I'm hoping that we get a better one here. But let's see here. Reinforced Body is pretty strong off the bat. Ooh, okay. I mean, this is a really good power. So Defect has the thing where Defect has orbs. We start out with 1 lightning orb. At the end of the turn, this does 1 damage. If I get Lupin to play, it does another damage. In addition, Defect has really strong power synergies. So basically, the more powers I can put in this deck, the better. The problem is sometimes those powers aren't very useful. This one, though, is always going to at least do more damage. And sometimes, if we get like a Frost Orb or something, it can even do block. So there is some really good things we can get there. It's also a good upgrade to begin with, so we are going to grab that. Unfortunately, it's not quite the same amount of damage I would have liked. All right, we're going to come back over the Silent now. And now we get to choose one of these options here. We can either upgrade a card. We can gain a curse, but also be able to choose 3 rare cards. Choose one of 3 rare cards. Or we can gain 3 potions. I'm not entirely sure how the gain 3 potions works here. I think I'd only get to keep 2 of them because we are only allowed to have 2 potions at a time. I'm not sure if we're allowed to transfer these. Either way, though, pretty early on, we're going to get potions. I'm not too worried about that, so I think we're going to skip that one. I do also want to look here. We do have an early shop, which is something we might want to consider. We have, like, we're basically forced into an early shop unless we go this way, which is also an option. We got to think about which path we're going to take. Go this way, we can go this way, we can go this way, we can go this way. I kind of like the early shop into the elite, into fire elite or fire thing here. These elites are tough, especially early on, but going through all this with the shop might get us strong enough where this will not be a problem. We have to see. So I kind of like this path, which I think means that we might be taking the gain 10 gold here. We are allowed to spend gold on other players, so that's just going to be overall useful for everybody. I do lose 2 HP, but one of the nice things about Ironclad is at the end of every combat, we heal back 1 of our HPs. All right, so we have now used up this blessing entirely. We'll just get rid of that for now. I haven't decided on silence yet. We're not going to take the potion. Curses are pretty bad in this game. -1 draw in general is just pretty bad, which is what the minimum a curse can be. But some of the curses can get really bad. We're going to go ahead and take a look here, though. If we were to upgrade anything, it would probably be the skewer. Unfortunately, some of the upgrades are not very good, and basically all of the starting card upgrades are pretty bad. Even the neutralize, if the neutralize gave another week on upgrade, it would probably be worth it, but it just increases the damage by 1. So it's really just not even worth it. I'm going to check what the skewer update grade does exactly. So this is the upgrade deck here, so I can look through here and see what the upgrades do. So if we go down to skewer here. Oh, wow. In some ways it gets worse, which is kind of funny. Because this can be played for 0 to do 1 damage. This weirdly cannot. That's a really strange upgrade. Because if I play this for 1, it does 2 damage right now. If I upgrade it and play it for 1, it also does 2 damage. Yeah, I don't think that's worth it. Sometimes it's going to be really good, but most of the time it's not. I don't know. I think we are going to take the curse. There's a chance we get something really strong from the rare deck. All right, let's start by seeing what our curse is going to be. Okay, that's actually the least bad curse in the game. So it is a -1 draw, but it stays in our hand afterwards. So essentially we do not have to discard it, which means we only have to draw it once. So we got kind of lucky there. And let's see what our rare rewards are. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I've tried 1000 Cuts a few times, and I don't know, it's just not very good. Doing 5 damage each time you shuffle is just really slow, and getting 2 energy to put it in play is pretty bad. Burst can be extremely strong, but we have nothing to burst yet. So as a result of that, I am going to take Tools of the Trade. So basically that allows me to draw 1 more card each turn and discard a card each turn. Had I been aware that I was going to get Tools of the Trade, I might have taken Tactician earlier. But that basically sets up a lot of discard synergies for later, and it gives us +1 draw kind of each turn. It's +1 and then -1, but you can always discard the worst card in your hand. All right, and then we come over to Defect, who can upgrade 2 random cards and lose 2 HP, upgrade any card, or gain 3 potions. So Defect's strike upgrades are very strange. It makes them cost 0. But I will say, like, a lot of these upgrades are really good. So let me double check exactly what that does. Whoops. Yeah, Defect. Are the strikes here? Yeah, they're at the bottom. Yeah, so the strikes still do 1 damage. They just cost 0 when you upgrade them for Defect. And that's the only one that does that. Everyone else upgrades to do 2 damage. So it's kind of weird how that works. Which is kind of making me want to avoid the random card upgrades. because we're pretty likely to... Hey, Jazza, welcome in. We're pretty likely to just hit a strike into defend here. I think I'd rather just pick an upgrade and not have to lose 2 HP. So my upgrade pick is either going to be Loop or Zap. And I think we're going to do Loop. Loop is a pretty good upgrade. So basically it just doubles its effect. We get to choose, once we have it in play, whoops, we choose one of our orbs and it has its end of turn effect twice. Oops. All right. So those are just discarded out of the way now. All right. And now we have 3 decks ready to go. We press this button right here, and that starts our first encounter because we start on a combat. This encounter is always the same. I think even at highest ascension. I don't think that ever changes, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it ever changes. So this encounter is always the same. And so basically all 3 of us are facing an enemy. It kind of randomizes because we could have gotten Jawworm. I think it randomizes which order we get that in. So if we had 4 players, we'd face all 4 of these. But it kind of randomizes who we get as a result of that. Bio Becky, thank you for the 7 stream streak. Who up slaying the Spire? Me up. At the start of every turn of combat, we roll this die. We got a 3. So that determines a lot of RNG, some of which will be in our relics, but we don't actually have any relics yet. But in this case, what I like to do is I mark out, I like to use red here, to mark out exactly how much damage each person is doing. So this guy is just doing 1. Next turn it'll gain a strength and do 2. Next turn it'll gain a strength and do 3. So that is a worrying thing to pay attention to, but not as important right now. At a 3, you're doing 2 and you're applying a weak. So we're taking 2 damage and applying a weak. I'm basically like writing out the intent. You're applying a weak and you're doing 1 damage. So not too bad on the damage front this turn. Okay, and then everybody draws 5 cards except for the Silent, who on the first turn of combat draws 7 cards. Oops. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we did end up drawing our Skewer, which can do 4 damage. However, we are taking 1, so we probably want to play a block card. Let's draw everyone else's cards first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, not an amazing draw. We didn't draw our good ones, unfortunately. We start cursed, so this curse is in our deck no matter what, past Ascension 5. It does exhaust at the end of the turn. That's what the ethereal tag means. So it will not be in our next draw pile if we go through again. Since Ironclad's just taking 1, we're probably going to end up defending, striking, but let's make sure we have everyone else's thing too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Defect is taking 2, which might be a bit of a problem here. You can see from what we've drawn here, we can only block 1. Ideally, we want to take 0 damage in this fight. That's not going to be guaranteed, unfortunately, but that is the ideal. We do start with a Lightning Orb, which means at the end of turn, no matter what we do, we're doing 1 damage. I'm almost certainly going to play the Loop, so that actually means that we're going to do 3 damage, because we trigger the end of turn effect on this twice, and then we can also get the Zap and play again. So we can do up to 1, 2, 3, 4 damage. I could even do 5. So if we can kill this guy right here and not have to block, that's better. And it looks like we can with just that 5 damage, but we might want to combine it with a few other things first. So the first time a Louse takes damage, it gains 2 block, which basically means that we have no way of doing 3 damage instantly here. I actually am not 100% sure how Skewer works on that, because Skewer can do 3 damage, but it does it in individual increments, so I think it would gain block in between. That's not how it works in the video game, though. I always like I have to look a lot of this stuff up, unfortunately. It does specifically say, though, the first time the Louse takes damage, it gets 2 block. So that makes me think since it's 3 separate individual instances of damage, it'll gain 2 block in between, unfortunately. I think we definitely still want to kill this louse, though, because that allows us to play all of these cards here. So we're going to zap, we're going to loop, and we're going to strike. So strike does 1 damage immediately, but then you gain 2 block. Okay. We are going to defend with Ironclad to gain a block, because we're not likely going to kill this guy on this turn. He's not really that much of a nuisance, since I can't play full attack anyways, so we want to focus on other people. So it's just going to be that exhaust at the end of the turn. So it's block, strike, strike. That uses up all my energy. I also use all my energy here, so I might as well mark that. So 2 strikes. We know we have to kill this guy, so I'm going to put the damage there to start with, and then we can spread out our damage a little bit afterwards. Okay. The weird thing about Skewer here in particular is that my strikes almost do as much damage. I have to block here, though, because I'm going to be taking a damage, so we're going to spend 1 energy on blocking. We're doing 4 at the end of the turn here. This is going to exhaust. We could kill another enemy. I also wouldn't mind doing 1 here, because if I do 1 here, it activates the block, but then it goes away before the end of next turn. I also want to make sure this guy dies at some point here. You're going to be a problem in like 2 turns. Even next turn it might be a problem. So I think we are going to play Skewer for 2, which does 3 damage. I think I'm going to kill this guy, actually. Yeah, it's not enough to kill it, though. We'll get it really low for next turn, though. Okay. All right, end of turn effects. We do 4 damage here. So 1, and then we trigger it twice more for 2, 3, and then 4. Because at the end of turn, each lightning orb does 1. So that does 2. I could kill this guy, but then this guy's going to have the block. So I'm going to put 1 into here. And I'm going to put 1 into here. So then this guy gains 2 block at the end of the turn, but then loses it at the start of the next turn. All right. So now it's the enemy's turn. You're going to do 1 to Silent. Silent did block for 1, though, so it takes none. We have to discard our hand. This card does not discard because it is retained. Discard hand. You gain a week. I always put the week at the top so I don't forget about it as best as I can. You take a damage and gain a week. You block for 1, but then you gain a week. Okay. End of turn. So start of the next turn, we roll the die. We got a 4 this time. Doesn't matter much for us. I forgot that you gain a strength, so now you're doing 2. Okay. So you're doing 2 now. We targeted the wrong guy, because this is doing 0 and this is only doing the 1 now. So even though this guy has 1 hit point, he's basically worthless against us. Eli, welcome in. What's up? Hey, Leah. The curse card will stay in my hand until the end of combat, or if you have a way of discarding or exhausting it, you can get rid of it. However, it doesn't count against my draw, so it's not really a problem anymore. It'll just kind of sit there. It's not causing any problems. It's not a curse that exists in the regular Slay the Spire, but it is in the board game. Happy birthday, Eli. That's awesome. All right, with a 4, we don't get anything really, but that's fine. Let's go ahead and draw 5 cards for each player. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We get to block at least. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, generally, that's not amazing. We really did not want to draw both of these on the same turn. Because I can't play both of them on the same turn, because I only have 3 energy. But it happens. Oh, I forgot to discard this, and we draw 5 here. 1, 2, 3, oops, 4, 5. Okay. So Ironclad is taking 1 damage. I could solve that, sort of. But I have the block, so I might not. I think we really want to focus this guy down, because next turn he's going to do 3, and there is no guarantee we'll block that. Actually, there might be. We only have 4 cards left. I'm allowed to look at this if I shuffle it afterwards. So we can guarantee block that next turn, so it might not be something we're concerned about, because we're for sure drawing these 4 cards. This one gives 2 block, this one gives 1, and this also erases 1 attack, or limits the attack by 1, basically. So it's the equivalent of a block. So no matter what, we'll be able to block that 3 next turn. So that might be worth considering not worrying about this guy. We should still try and lower his health, but if we can kill all the rest, that might be better. Okay, one thing we can do here, and I'm going to, is dual cast. Dual cast does 2 damage twice. So when you evoke a light orb or a lightning orb, it does 2 damage, and dual casting evokes it twice, the same orb twice. So as a result, and that's not affected by weak, because weak only affects strikes. So that means we can do 2 damage here, and we can do 2 damage here. Okay, and since Defect is not taking any damage or dealing with anything, I can play this, which does nothing, unfortunately, because I had a weak, so it subtracts 1 damage, but it just uses that up. But then I can play a strike again, which then just kills this guy. Okay. So now, Ironclad isn't taking any damage either. So we do not need to worry about blocking. So I'm going to bash. Hold on. Should I do that first? Yeah, because I have to block over here. I'm going to bash. Bash only does 1 damage because we're weakened. But it does apply a vulnerable for next turn. And then I'm going to strike, which does 1 damage against this acid slime, which kills it. So now this is the only enemy left on the field. I haven't even taken my turn over here yet. I'm going to put the tools of the trade in play. I had 3 energy to start my turn, so now I'm at 2. And then I'm going to defend to block for 2. This exhausts at the end of the turn. This discards at the end of the turn. All right. Okay, end of turn effects. Discard all of my cards here that I did not use. Discard my cards I didn't use. And then I also do 3 damage. My loop hits this, so I do 3 more damage. That does not affect the vulnerable. The vulnerable only works on attacks. So 1, 2, 3. All right. So this does 2 damage to me, which we block. We did not use any block anywhere else, so we don't need to worry about releasing that. You gain another strength. So this turn, you'll be doing 3 damage. But we prepared for this. The reason we made sure we were okay with leaving the cultist alive. First of all, let's roll. Actually, the dice doesn't do anything right now, but it's a good habit to get into. Is we know we're going to draw enough block on this turn, so even if we can't kill it, it doesn't matter. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we actually draw a 6th card as well. And we already have enough block, so we can discard the 6th card here. So we didn't need that one. Okay, you draw 5 cards here. 1, 2. When you empty out, you place your deck from your discard pile over here and draw the rest of your cards. 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's not bad. I think we have enough to kill here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, very good. Okay, we're going to start by playing Bash here. Bash costs 2 energy. It uses up the vulnerable, but then reapplies it, and it does 4 damage. And then we can just play a strike to kill. So then we just play a strike, and it's dead now. So we didn't even end up needing the block. It was just a good thing to pay attention to in case we did. So now all of them are dead. I'm going to reset all my decks here. Combat is over. We killed them all. Did not suffer any damage, which is amazing. And in fact, at the end of combat, Ironclad regains 1 health. Perfect. Okay. Now for our rewards, we look up here in the top right, the top left corner of each of them. So everyone gets a gold except for Ironclad. Okay, Ironclad gets a potion. Now, I just treat it as anyone can get a potion when I'm playing single player like this. That's a useful potion, but it's not going to be useful for a little bit. But we will hold on to that for sure. I won the last one I played. I won because of 2 separate Fairy in a Bottles. My Silent died twice, and Fairy in a Bottle revived both times. So it's a very useful potion, but we probably won't need it too much in Act 1. We're probably going to want to move it to someone who has less health, though. You can move around potions in between floors. I'm going to put this over on Silent. I think Silent's more likely to need it. Okay. In addition, this symbol here means card reward, so everybody gets a card reward. That's true of any combat. Okay. These are not great starting cards, unfortunately. I am tempted to take the Bane just for the 2 damage, even though I don't have any poison yet. 1 for 2 is not a bad card. However, because our Silent has a lot of draw, and I want Shivs at some point, I might take the Deflect. There's also the Concentrate. Actually, I think I am going to take the Concentrate. The reason I'm going to take the Concentrate, it allows us to discard any number of cards and gain energy for each of them, is that we have our Skewer. So this could allow us to do a Skewer for like 6 under some circumstances. And sometimes it also just allows us to play an extra card on our turn. It's a lot more useful when we get more card draw, which we're planning on having later anyways. Okay, these are also not amazing. We're really looking for damage right now. And none of these are damage. Having said that, seeing red sometimes allows us to play an extra card. And sometimes that's kind of all we're going to need. Entrench is an amazing card for the late game. We just are not producing much block right now, and it does nothing on its own. And Sentinel, when we can exhaust it, is really good, but we don't have that many exhaust synergies left yet. It's really important to take cards early on, especially in the board game, because your starter deck is absolutely worthless. You basically do not want to play your starter deck cards at all if you can avoid it. Okay, again, not great. We're going to take the Compile Driver because it is a draw 1. Deal 1 damage. Not incredible, but it's something. The Barrage is not likely to do more than 1 damage most of the time we draw it, unfortunately. Okay, those were not amazing, unfortunately. We can remove our enemies for now, though. And I decided I was going to take this path here. And then if we're still extremely weak, we can bail on this elite and go elsewhere. But I really want to take this elite. I think it's pretty important to get stronger here. And elites can give you a lot of strength. All right, so first we're going to take this guy here. Oh, so we can't do this one. If this is the first question mark, discard it and draw again. So we actually can't get that one. We can do this one, though. Each player gets a potion, and then we have a chance of getting another one. That is really good. Okay. Okay. Roll the die once for the party. Okay, so never mind. So we just roll it once. We did get a 5, so we do get 1 more potion. Okay, that is a ton of potions. Remember, we can only have 2 max, so we are only 1 off of the maximum amount of potions we can have. Do we want to move some of these around a little bit? Actually, I'm not sure we do. I think the Flex Potion is stronger here. It does not matter where the Vulnerable Potion goes. Anyone can use that at any time. And Purity Potion is going to be the most useful on Ironclad, although it's still not very useful yet. I think we're good then. Okay, so then that brings us into our next combat. So this one's going to be tougher. The first encounter is always a little easy. One thing we could do is we could go this way, because this is not likely to give us more money. It can, but it's not likely to. It's like a 30% chance of getting more money out of this. Before we start this combat, I'm just discussing this. I could go to the shop now and then get another card reward before the elite. I'm going to see how this goes first. If this goes really bad, we might go to the shop first. Okay, let's go ahead and roll the die at the start of our turn. Okay, we got a 1. So, no one's doing AoE damage. So you are doing 2. 1, oh gosh. 3, 4 damage up here, including a vulnerable, although that is the last thing to happen. And then you're going to be doing 2 up here. Okay, so this is dangerous here. We almost certainly need to kill something on this. I don't think we even have a block card that can block for 4. So we'll see how this goes. Let's draw first. You can draw up to... You draw 7 cards because it's turn 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Okay, unfortunately that's mostly starter deck. We can get tools into play and block for 2. So silence up here, so silence taking the 2 here. That's not a really good first turn though, because we're not killing anything. Let's see what we can do here. 1. Okay, that does 3. 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, here's the problem. If I play the Eversoul, I can kill this right here, which takes an enemy out of the fight. Hey, D&D, welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. But I can only block 1, so I will take damage on my Ironclad if I do that. But it might be worth considering regardless. But let's see what we draw over here first. I don't think I added any block cards to this deck yet. So we're probably going to have to get lucky here. 1, that's pretty good. 2, that's pretty good. 3, 4, 5. We might not be able to play the loop here, unfortunately. So dual cast does 4 damage straight up. And that could be a way to allow us to take this guy out entirely. And then we're only taking 2 damage. And then we can block. The problem is, like, we're leaving everything else, and which would potentially be very bad. So we have to consider what's happening on the next turn as well, which is highly variable depending on randomness here. So keep in mind, this guy is gaining 2 strength, which means if he takes this bottom path on the next one and we don't kill him, he's doing 3 damage to everyone. So that's what the symbol means. Everyone in the whole, all 3 rows takes the damage. In addition, if we kill any one of these, my silent gets vulnerable. If both of these are dead, that's not a problem because nothing else can attack that row. But that's not likely to occur, unfortunately. Okay. So we're in a bit of a rough spot here, unfortunately. Arguably, we might not put the tools in play in order to make sure we just kill some things. Yeah, I'm seeing a line here, I think. I think we... well, let's wait on here. Let's do everything else first. I think we're going to dual cast. Oh. Okay, I'm seeing a problem. We put loop into play, it doesn't do anything if we dual cast. Alright, I thought I saw a line and now I don't. We can block strike here and take no damage. However, it only deals 1. See, this guy at most does 3 damage next turn. We might be able to just not take any damage on Ironclad just by drawing well. We only drew 2 of our defense this turn. I think no matter what, I'm playing 2 defense here, so I'm just going to get that out of the way. because we're not going to kill this guy. There's just not enough. It's 6 health. We could start on it, but we're not going to get to there. I'm looking at potentially being able to kill both of these guys, which would be really good if we could do that. Because then we're only taking 1. So that is 8 points of damage, which we can do 4 here. Unfortunately, if we dual cast this, we can't loop it, which would be nice because that would be 7 by itself, but that's not happening here. I think we are going to take 1 point of damage on the Ironclad. It does heal at the end of combat, so even if we do take 1 point of damage, it's not the end of the world. We just don't gain health on this combat. So we're going to exhaust this strike and play this defend. So we block for 1 and we deal 3 points of damage. And we're going to use those 3 points of damage to just instantly kill this guy. And then we're going to dual cast over here, which does get rid of this, but it does 4 points of damage here. Wait, 4 points of damage brings it to 1. Okay. Then we're going to block for 1. We have 1 energy left after doing both of those. And I think I am going to put the loop in play. Loop has a bigger chance of doing damage next turn. And 3 damage is a lot. So then we're only blocking for 1, and this guy's still alive. However, I have 1 energy left over here, and I'm going to use that to play a strike. Doing that allows me to kill this guy. So now we're only taking 1 here. We're still taking 2 here, and we're taking 2 here. Okay, that's my turn. Let's go ahead and discard everything. Hey, Avertok, welcome in. This exhausts. The rest of these get discarded because we didn't play them. There is a proper PC version of this. I've been enjoying the board game lately. Okay, all that got discarded. It was a PC game before it was a board game even. The board game is different, so it's a lot of fun. All right, so we do 2 damage to Silent. So damage is always dealt going from the top, from left to right, and then down, and then down. Okay, except for this one where it says axe last, that's always going to happen last. So Silent takes 2 damage, but has 2 block. You gain 2 strength, which is probably a problem next turn, but we'll have to deal with that when we get there. Okay. Since this acts last, we do that last. You're going to take 2 damage, which unfortunately means 1 health damage. And you get a weak, which is really going to hurt next turn. Okay. And then you would take 1 damage, but you block it, and you gain a vulnerable. All right. And now, start of the next turn, we roll the die. Yeah, that's a bad one. Okay. Okay, so we're taking 1 here and 4 here for 5. Okay, 1 is applying to everybody. Since this happens first, this is currently what's going to get vulnerable. So vulnerable only applies to 1 attack. So then that's going to take 2 damage, and then an additional 1 for 3, which is honestly not that bad for being vulnerable. And then you are taking 3 here. So I don't think we're going to be able to avoid damage this turn, unfortunately, but we're going to try. Ideally, we killed this guy. I think he's the most dangerous. But let's draw our cards first and see what we got. So we only draw 5 here this turn. Okay, that's a pretty good draw. That can allow us to do 3 damage. Come on, come on. Oh. Okay, I mean, it's not the worst. We do get to play all 4 of these, which is nice. Unfortunately, that means we do take a damage here. Unless we can somehow kill this guy, which I don't think is happening, unfortunately. Okay. There is 0 block here. That's a bit of a disappointment. We could draw into block. And I'm thinking the thing we're almost certainly going to do here is play the zap off the bat. I think that's very much worth doing. Because then we get to do 3 damage at the end of the turn with our loop. Other than that, Compile Driver does seem worth playing because it does allow us to draw a card, and literally anything in this deck is better than Strike. Oh, look, it's another Strike. Okay. Alright, so we deal 1 damage with that. I think we definitely want this guy to die, so we're going to put that damage there. Ideally, maybe we need to change our mind on that, actually. So we have 1 free damage right now. We might need to change our mind. Because this guy might need to die as well. I don't know if we can do both. I'm pretty sure we can't, actually. We can only do 1 damage here in total, because we have our weakened, so one of these is going to go away. And then at most here we can do... Yeah, we're not going to be able to do that, unfortunately. I think the first thing we're going to do here is Survivor. So we had 3 energy, so that blocks for 2. And we can discard the Strike. So right now, if we killed this guy, yeah, we're going to put our free point of damage there. This guy does need to die for sure. So we'll do the other Strike there as well. So we only have 1 energy, so that's 1 more Strike. So that's also going to go there. We're going to play our Seeing Red, which costs an energy but gains 2 energy. Kind of weird how it works. But now we have 4 energy, so we can play everything. So we're going to play 2 block. One of these strikes just gets rid of the weakened. And then the other one actually does a point of damage, which we're going to put here. Okay, this only does 3 damage. So we can choose a place to do 3 damage to. Unfortunately, we're not able to block it all here, so we're going to take 2 here no matter what. There's just not a way to go around it, unfortunately. We're going to take 1 on Ironclad too. 3 characters at once is brutal. You can play up to 4 at once if you really want to. I prefer 3, just because there's a little less finagling. And also, I don't care for the Watcher very much. Welcome in, Twinkie. I maybe could have used a potion. I still can. I think we are going to use a potion here. I'm going to use the Vulnerable Pot. And then... I'm realizing I could kill both of these guys with the Vulnerable Pot. I think I'm going to do that instead. And I'm going to go take backsies on this here. Nice thing about playing the board game, you can play takey backsies. This is Tabletop Simulator, yeah. Okay. Because I changed my mind now. So that's vulnerable now. I didn't do any damage with that. It was just a blocking action, so I don't need to remove any of that. But now we can strike. Can strike here. Just get this guy lower, why not? Then we can play Skewer. No, it's too much. I can do 8 damage, which is kind of crazy. This guy's better, though. Okay. Yeah, we can play Skewer on the vulnerable guy, which does 3 and then doubled to 6. So that just straight up kills this one. And now, because it died, we actually gain a vulnerable here, which actually means we're taking more damage now, because this is doing 8. However, end of turn effects kick into play here. And since we have this and this, we just to do 3 damage anywhere we want to. So we're going to do 1 here, first of all. Which gives another vulnerable here, but it's not going to matter. And then we're going to do 2 more, I think, here, unfortunately. And if only we drew a little bit more damage. It was very close. All right, end of turn. Discard all cards that were not used. That's it. Okay. You are not taking 3 anymore because we killed the other guy. You're taking 1. Unfortunately, it's doubled to 2. So that vulnerable gets used up. Doubled to 2. In addition, this goes on top of our deck. I put it face up because there's no reason not to. And I don't accidentally shuffle it in. Okay. So you take 2 damage. I was not able to block it all, unfortunately. Okay, you do 3 damage. I was able to block 2 of that, so we just take the 1 here. Right? And then we can erase our intense. Roll the die. All right, 4. So you're doing 1 damage again, and you're doing 3 damage again. That's really annoying. I wish we didn't roll a 4. We are playing on Accession 8. So card removes cost 4 gold instead of 3. So we have all of these things in effect. Harder elites, lose 1 max HP. Harder events, potion limit is 2. Start cursed, only heal 4 HP at the start of end of acts, when normally you would heal all of it. This one's actually the most brutal one. Actually, the most brutal one is start cursed, but this is pretty close. Harder encounters is really bad too, as I've been seeing pretty quickly here. And now card removes cost 4 instead of 3. Okay, let's go ahead and draw. We should be okay here. We'll see. Silent can't take damage, which is nice. Not the best draws here, unfortunately. Don't really need to concentrate with this hand. Hey, my bash is at the bottom. That's nice of it. Cool, I can't block. Hopefully we can kill. On the board game. And then you get to draw 5. This counts as a card draw, unfortunately. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I've been pretty obsessed lately. I actually haven't lost yet, Twinkie. But that's definitely, it was not guaranteed. My last one was really close. My defect was so useless. It was like dead weight on the last run, unfortunately. I just did not get good cards. Okay, this is not the best, unfortunately. We are going to play Compile Driver first, though, because that draws a card. Ooh, that's a good one to get. So Compile Driver just does the 1 damage, right? I do go for Act 4 in all the runs, yeah. I consider it necessary. It's part of the game, basically. Okay, well, I'm going to do it here. I think it's important we kill this guy. Okay, and then we are going to dual cast Zap, which uses up all of our energy, but it does 4 damage in 2 separate instances, which is important. So it's going to do 2 here, and then 2 here. This exhausts at the end of the turn. Importantly, something I learned much later, these 2, when they exhaust, do not go into your exhaust pile. It would be very helpful if they did, but they do not. Because there's some things that scale off of your exhaust pile. Okay, on the plus side, this guy's dead now, which only leaves 1 enemy. On the minus side, I don't think I can kill that enemy. It has 8 health. I can do 3 damage here. It's going to get me close, isn't it? I can do 3, 5. Oh, no, we should be able to do it then. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Never mind. So we're going to bash, and unfortunately, I have to bash strike. We had that much energy. So that's going to do 2 and then 2. 2 for the bash, and then the vulnerable on there is going to double the strike for 2 more. Okay, and then you're done. And then over here, we can do 1 and 2 damage. And then at the end of turn over here, this does once and then twice 3 times. So that does 3 damage. So that kills. All right, we made it. Woo! That wasn't too bad. The first real fight at harder, because we're at higher ascensions now. I mean, that one just didn't go very well. I don't even think we have any of the higher ascension enemies. That one just did not go very well. We did lose some health on that, unfortunately. End of combat, Ironclad gains back a health. We also need to put everything back in our deck here. We did not draw very well either, but that's expected this early on in the game. You kind of just have to live with the fact your draws are not going to be very good when you don't have that many cards or ways to manipulate draw. They do in the video game, yeah. There's a lot of different rules in this. Yeah, you would think that was my initial assumption as well, that they'd go in the exhaust pile, but they do not. That's just part of the rules. Okay. There's a lot of changes to the cards too in this. Poison has a limit of 30 as well. So it's not as strong as it is in the video game. It's still really strong though. It's funny that the poison limit is 30 because other things are not nearly as limited. For instance, I have done over 300 damage with a finisher before, which was hilarious. Nothing in the game has that much health though, so it was just more damage than I needed to by a lot. All right, let's go ahead and check what we get here. We get 1 potion, which we are going to put over here. That's a good one to get because I'm probably going to use that pretty quickly. Yeah, that's really useful. Vulnerable only applies to 1 attack, so you can kind of manipulate who gets to use it too, which is really nice. All right. Everybody gets 1 gold, and Ironclad gets a 2nd gold. So that's 5, because we're going to gain 1 there. Ironclad's going to get 2. And then you're going to get 1. I think I do want another... We'll see what our card rewards are, but I think we're going to go this way. I think another guaranteed fight might be better than an event. I don't know. Actually, maybe the event. We'll see what our card rewards are. Okay, so we have our first shivs, we have our first poison, and we have a unfortunately pretty weak power in this game. It's not terrible as a power, but it's also just a lot to put into play. And they're all 2 cost. I think Riddle with Holes is going to be better than Bouncing Flask, unfortunately. Riddle with Holes is a guaranteed 4 damage if I want it. Bouncing Flask is 2 damage, and then 2 damage the next turn, and then 2 damage the next turn, which can be good, but I find these fights tend to go really quickly. So we are going to take Riddle with Holes. It allows us to turn energy into damage pretty well. Okay, card reward here. Okay, Perfected Strike unfortunately only works when they're in your hand, which is not very good. I think we are going to take the Shrug. I would really like to have damage. Ugh, Wild Strike's good damage, though. The thing is, later, these are almost certainly going to be useful, but right now they are very bad. There are some Ironclad powers that turns these, I guess you'd call them, I actually don't know what they're called. Swirlies. Turns them into pretty useful things. Unfortunately, right now they're very bad because they're -1 draw next turn, basically. Still haven't figured out how this game works. Yeah, days. That's the word I'm looking for. This can be multiplayer. In fact, you're usually supposed to play it multiplayer. I'm playing as if I am 3 people right now. Welcome in, Fireheart. I think I am going to take the Shrug. Blocking 2 is good. Hello. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, Leah. The basic idea is we're building up these decks to be stronger as we're going through, and we have to fight enemies like every floor, almost every floor. So that golden ticket means we get to pick one from here. Oh, we don't have any dark orbs yet. Power, that's such a good power, but we do not have any dark orbs yet. Oh, that's a tough choice. Okay, we are gonna have ads here in a second. Yeah, it's a deck building RPG. It might be a good way to put it. Dark orbs are really strong, especially with Amplify, but we don't have any dark orbs yet, so I can't take that. There's just not. Sweeping Beam's also pretty good here. I think we are going to take Chaos, though. Getting more orbs in the deck is just going to be unequivocally good right now. All right. Yeah, it's more like a roguelike. I am going to remove... I forgot to do this. So the Claw deck, which I added here, puts like way too many claws in here. I always take out 4 of them. So now there's a reasonable amount of claws in here. I forgot to do that. Come on. Can you go in here? I don't know why you're not working. There we go. Just decided I didn't want to. All right, we are going to have ads here in just a second. The Claw deck makes them a little bit better. So the Claw deck makes it so that you gain a red cube and it does X damage, and X is the amount of red cubes you've gained. So if you have a bunch of claws, you can scale that really quickly. So it's actually... This makes it a lot more like the actual tabletop... I mean, the actual video game. And I've had successful claw runs. Yeah. It also puts 8 in your deck, in the reward deck, which is just too many, though, so I cut it in half. I think it's too strong if you put 8 in there. It, like, actually makes you too strong. Because you can just get so many of them. Alright. Alright, that's all of that. I think I am... I'm going to take the event. Event could be anything. It could even be a fight. Nope. Well, that sucks. It's not nearly as good as it normally is. However, removing a card is just good. Funnily enough, though, I think I'm going to keep this. The regret is actually not bad comparatively to a strike. We are going to remove a strike. The strikes in this game are really bad. They're like the worst card in your deck, and it's not close at all. Okay, we're going to remove a card here, too. I think we're also just going to remove a strike. What did I put in my deck? Oh, I took the shrug. Ads, no. Funnily enough, I could have healed the full had I taken that amplify, but I have no way of knowing that would have happened. Strike bad. Okay, a free card remove is good because I'm going to remove another card here. So we're going to open up our shop here. Okay, I did take 2. Oh, did I heal at the end of combat? I did heal at the end of combat. Yeah, I did. Okay. So when we open a shop, we also get 3 colorless cards to choose from. Master of Strategy is like the best card in the game. We might want to grab that. We also get a reward deck for each player, but we can purchase these rather than the other option. Well, we're buying one of those. Dark Embrace is the best card for Ironclad in the entire game. Unfortunately, it is a bit expensive, but that's okay. It's actually not even that expensive. Okay. So we're going to see how much money we have. Okay, we have 5 here, and we have 5 here, and we have 15 here. Okay. Looking at these relics. These are nice relics, but they are not really worth it. Auric Outcome might be worth it for 5, but I think we just need cards more than anything else here. Nice Limbo. It's not accurate. It could be. I think we do want to remove cards with everyone here, which is unfortunate because it's very expensive. But it is very powerful. Being able to draw the cards we care about is really good in this game. Speaking of which, we might also want to buy this backflip here. All right, we should go in order of priority here. I am buying this Dark Embrace over literally everything else in the entire world. So that is going to be 3 gold right there. So all uncommons are 3 gold. I could buy more of this, but we'll hold off on that for the moment. I am going to buy this Overclock for 3 gold as well. Card draw is extremely hard to come by on Defect and extremely good. So that's in there. Speaking of which, I would love to buy this Master Strategy. This is trippy, yeah. You get a little used to it. I would love to buy this Master Strategy. I don't know if it's the right call. We do already have Shivs, which makes Slice a pretty good pickup. I'd almost want to buy all 3 of these. It would cost 6 gold in total, though, which might not be worth it. I've played Arc Nova. It's been a long time. I only played it 1 time, too, but it was very fun. That's the animal one, right? The zoo one. I kind of want to buy all of these for Silent. This will make Silent so much stronger. I'm going to do that. It's expensive, but I think it's worth it. That costs 6 gold. You can share gold between players. It's a lot easier when you're the one playing too. So that's 3 commons, but they're all really good with Silent. Yeah, this game takes longer than 4 hours to play. I like board games that take a long time to play. We're not going to take either of these. So we can just get rid of those. And Combust is not worth buying. It might be worth taking in a card reward, but it's not worth buying. Shockwave arguably is worth buying. Yeah, we're in Act 1. We've done like 2 fights. We're already an hour, 14 minutes, or basically an hour in. And we went from here to here. There are 3 of these. 3.5 of these. So it's a very long game. I usually do it over multiple days. We might not finish today even. Ugh. Social deductive games make my heart go bad places. I guess they're not that bad, but it's tough. The card removes are so good, but like these other things are better. So this card costs 3 and this card costs 6. That's 9 in total. And I think it's honestly worth it to buy both of them. I think we want this one here. And we want this one here. And that's going to cost us 9 gold, which we can pay 10 and take 1 back. And now we have 4 left. Exploding Kittens is a very fun game. I agree. I don't think we're buying Shockwave, so we're going to put those away. I think, however, we are going to remove a card. So with our last 4 gold, we are going to remove a card on Silent, because Silent just added a whole bunch of cards. And these strikes are more worthless than they were before. Okay. We made Silent pretty strong, and we helped out with the other 2. And we used all of our money to do that. So let's put that away. That's funny. Although arguably I don't think that's an innuendo. Seems pretty explicit to me. All right. And I think we're strong enough to take on the elite, so we're going to do that. The elites are very annoying. We really either want... I think we really want Lagavoo in here. The other 2 kind of suck. Unfortunately, we got one of the other 2. Okay, let's roll. 6. So you're taking 3. You're taking 6. That's terrifying. And you're taking 3. All right, let's draw. 7 cards over here. We didn't exactly draw the good ones here, did we? I mean, it's okay. We just don't really block, which might be a problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, speaking of not blocking, jeez. We're gonna take damage in this fight. There's just no doubt in my mind about that. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, we draw all of our new ones. That's good. We're gonna immediately overclock to draw 2 cards. Unfortunately, in doing that, this goes on top of our deck. Or no, sorry, it goes in our discard pile, which is good. We do get a Dark Orb. It's not that great, but I can Chaos Dual Cast to do 6 points of damage. Oh, I've played tons of D&D, Leah. I'm playing D&D tonight, in fact. Being able to do 6 seems pretty good. That's probably what we're going to end up doing here. Unfortunately, we have no other sources of energy, so we only have 3 here. Currently, Defect is taking 6, which is kind of a problem, actually. All right, let's take a look around and see what we can do here. We can start with a Neutralize. Neutralize is free. It does 1 point of damage and also reduces damage on one of our enemies here. I think we're killing either this one or this one. So I think I'm going to put it here. So Ironclad only takes 1 point of or 2 points of damage this turn. We're going to play this, by the way, to immediately go up to 4 energy. Because I have a strong feeling I'm just playing everything in this hand I can. We're going to block for 1. Wait, how does that work? Oh, we have 3 left. Okay, yeah. So we can do 4 points of damage and exhaust this. Very good. Yeah, that is 4 points. All right, that's all of Ironclad's turn, unfortunately. Ironclad is currently taking 2. Which is unideal, but if someone's going to take 2, I'm okay with it being Ironclad. Okay, we are going to Chaos. We're going to Compile Driver first, actually, which draws a card. Not the one we really care about. But it also does 1 point of damage. Okay. And then we're going to Chaos Dual Cast, which is going to use all of our energy, create a Dark Orb, and then double play it. Dark Orbs evoke for 3 damage, so it's going to do 3 damage twice. So 3 damage here, and then 1, 2, 3 damage here. We actually got pretty good draws. What did the 10 diamond things mean? These guys here, these are the enemies I'm fighting. So all 3 of these enemies are attacking my Silent, but since we rolled a 6, this one is applying a debuff, this one's attacking, and this one's applying a debuff. So we rolled a 6, so that means that my Silent was only taking 3 damage. Up here we were taking 6, but we managed to kill this one. So now we're only taking 3. Because we killed the one that was attacking here. Ideally, we're going to kill this one too. Hopefully we can do that. This one is attacking for 3, but we weakened it with our Silent. We used a thing that put a weak token on it, and that reduces the damage by 1, so now it's only dealing 2 damage. Okay. And now we have our Silent to go. They're sentries, yes. That's what they're called. They're like a kind of robotic enemy, although the fact they're a robot doesn't particularly matter. My Silent's probably going to take 2 damage here. Because I want to Cloak and Dagger. 1 block. Gives me 1 Shiv. And then I can Riddle with Holes for 4 more Shivs. Which isn't great, but it gives us 5 damage we can deal, which we're almost certainly going to use right now. The end of turn effects over here. We just do 1 damage. So we are going to do the 1 damage here. We're going to use 2 of our Shivs to kill this guy. And now we're taking 0 damage on our defect, which is really good. And we took out 2 of them, which is also really good. The mobile horn looking tokens. I don't know what that is. This guy here, these are strength. Above the playboard. Oh, these guys? Maroon, you said. Above the player board. White and maroon. I don't see any white tokens. Like all the way up here? Or do you mean these guys here? This is just like the act path we're taking. On the left. Oh, this one? Or are you talking about stuff in here? This is just stuff for later. These are shivs. So Silent has ways of getting these shivs, and each one does a single point of damage on the attack unless you have strength. So I just spent 2 of them to kill this guy. I'm going to keep these 3 for next turn, because I don't know where I want them yet. So I could do 3 more damage right now, but it's just as good damage next turn, and I'm not sure who I want to kill yet. So we had to make sure this guy died, so we didn't take damage there unnecessarily. I am also going to spend this block pot. I'm going to spend this block pot to block for 2 on Silent. And that'll guarantee that I do not take any damage on Silent this turn. So now we go in order. Silent gets 3 damage and 2 of these on top of the deck, unfortunately. 1, 2. And blocks all 3 damage, which is nice. You get 1 of these on top of your deck. And then the weak token gets used up. Ironclad takes 2, but is blocking for 1, so only ends up taking 1 damage. Yeah, sorry about that, Leah. But unfortunately also gets 2 of these put on top of the deck. So this is not a random action, so this goes down. Let's erase our damage here and see what's happening next turn. So we got to roll the die. I would like another 6, please. 4 is good. 4 is really good. So we already killed the ones that were doing that before. So now we're still only taking 3 up here. We're taking 0 here. And unfortunately here we are taking 5. But it's likely we should be able to kill something. So this is Ironclad. This is Silent. And then this is Defect. Hopefully we can kill one of them. All right. We draw 5 cards here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Honestly, that's a really good draw. That's like the best draw we could possibly get. With 3 cards. That's going to allow us to do a lot of damage. Probably kill the one that's attacking us. Ironclad draws 5. Whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's an example of a not so good draw. Especially when we're taking 5 damage this turn. Defect, not deep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, we got our loop in play. We're going to put that in play immediately and strike, and that's the only thing that really matters on this turn. So you're done quickly. I can do 2 damage somewhere. I have to decide where somewhere is. It's probably going to be here. Because this guy really needs to die. Defect, yeah, like defective. Okay. We are then going to Dark Embrace. For 2. That allows us to drop 2 cards next turn, because these are going to exhaust at the end of the turn and draw cards for next turn. Gold infinity symbol do. This is a power. So there are some things that you put into play and then they stay in play for the rest of the combat. So this is a power. At the end of the turn, my orb trigger, which is this guy here, triggers 2 more times. So when at the end of turn, it deals 1 damage. With this, it deals 1 damage 3 times. So it'll trigger 3 times instead of just once. So I'm going to do 3 damage. I'm actually going to do it now. I like to wait for the end of the turn, actually, so I don't forget. Okay. Here's a bit of a problem we're going to run into here. We really want to kill this guy. Has 7 health. Unfortunately, that does not help Ironclad very much. But we have to kill it. So we currently have 3 energy. I can play this card and then discard any number of cards to gain energy for each. So we discard 1, 2, 3 cards. And then we have 6 energy because we gained 3 energy from that. Then we can play Skewer for 6 + 1 damage, which is 7 damage. Doing that instantly kills this guy, which means he's no longer dealing damage, which is great. Oh, I forgot I have the shivs. Okay, that's more useful. I can use 1 shiv here to lower this guy down to 3. I can then block with my last energy here. That gains 1 block. And then end of turn, we deal 3 damage. Discard any number of cards. Isn't it so nice? It is such an improvement, Mermaid. Like, Concentrate in this game is actually super good. As is, what do you call it? Here, I can show it to you. This is amazing. Discard any number of cards and gain a shiv for each card discarded. Storm of Steel, with, like, the smallest change, becomes a good card. Yeah, it's legitimately very good. Some of the changes are, like, really good in the board game. Welcome in, by the way, Mermaid. Hope you're doing well. Anyways, we're dealing 3 damage at the end of the turn because of Loop and this. So that allows us to kill Sentry A, which means we're only taking 2 damage here, which is pretty important, I think. At the end of turn, 2 cards exhausted, so we draw 2 cards for next turn ahead of time. Shivs only do 1 damage. However, you can enhance them with a few different things. Each shiv only does 1 damage. It counts as a 1 damage attack. You can't play them for free. I am holding on to these 2 shivs for now because I don't know where I want to do my damage next turn, and I don't have anything in my deck that makes them stronger yet. You can have a max of 5 at a time, but if you make more than 5, you can use them immediately. So if I did something to give myself 10 shivs, I could spend 5 of them immediately and keep the next 5. I don't like that. I honestly find it very therapeutic, Mermaid. I don't know how to explain that, but the math isn't that hard either, most of the time. And I have a calculator on hand, but I rarely have to actually use it. All right, so end of turn here. We're getting 2 of these, unfortunately, on top of our deck. From the Silent, we're getting 1 on top of our deck for the Defect. And we are getting 1 on top of our deck for Ironclad. In addition to that, we are taking 2 damage, which we're only able to block 1, unfortunately. All right, and then we roll this and we hope for a high number. Yay! Fair enough, yeah. You don't have to... They've lowered the numbers significantly, though, that the number calculations aren't that bad. In the late game, they can be, though. Okay, we're in a really good spot here because we rolled another high number. No one is doing any damage to us this turn. Those were very lucky rolls. So everyone's just giving us the debuff. Yeah, it's a little more tedious.
Yes, science!
I enjoy it, though. So we got pretty lucky there. All right, draw 5 cards. 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, there's my Master of Strategy. Was wondering where you were. 1, 2, 3. Very good. And that's another reason to hold on to shivs, is this does more damage if I have a shiv, is one of the benefits of it. Okay, and then we draw 5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then we draw 5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I agree, Leah. It does that for me too. I could definitely understand why it's not for everybody, but I really enjoy playing this. All right. We have no relics, so the 4 is almost meaningless other than the enemy intents here. They're not doing any damage, so we just want to kill as many of them as we can on this turn, is the ideal. I'm going to play Thinking Ahead, draw 2 cards, which immediately shuffles, and then I could put something on top of my hand for next turn. I think it's going to be the Shrug in case I'm taking damage next turn. That guarantees that I have 2 block for next turn, which is a good thing, because this guy does 2 damage at most, so we don't necessarily have to worry about killing them next turn. And we can at most do both of these anyways. I can bash and then slice. It's a little unfortunate that that's the best I can do. We're going to zap here. We did not have the best draws here. Zap and then strike. So strike does 1 damage. We have to figure out which one we're killing. I think this guy's actually the least bad because the other ones can do 3. I think we want to kill one of these for sure. So we're going to focus on this guy for now. And then we're going to bash for 2, which does 2 damage. And then we're going to play Slice for 4. So that is 6 damage in total. Vulnerable gets used up as soon as it's applied, or as soon as the next attack is played on it. Then we can do 1 more damage with this, which kills this guy. This is going to exhaust at the end of the turn, as is this. And then the rest just go away. That was all of my energy. We drew so many defends on this turn, unfortunately, which are exactly useless on this turn because we're not taking any damage. So yeah, these both go away. We can play... Yeah, we can play the strike for 1 more damage, unfortunately. So we will play the strike for 1 more damage. Might be worth using the potion. I'm planning on going to another elite soon, though, so if we can get away with not using them, we're going to try. All right, end of turn effects. We have 2 lightning orbs and a loop plus. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 damage somewhere. Plus the strike that we forgot to put down. I'm going to put that here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage. The strike from here that I almost forgot about, and then the lightning damage. Oh, did I? I had one of these. I had 2. Yeah, I had 2. So at the end of the turn, those exhausted, and it drew me 2 cards. I gotta remember to do that for next turn. All right, let's see what we get. Yep, that was bound to happen at some point. Okay, now they're dealing damage. A lot of damage. Been building this up. So it's 3 here, 3 here, and 5 here. Drop my himbo by 64. All right, let's draw our cards here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, there's some cards. I can block for up to 2, which is kind of a problem because I'm taking 3. We might be able to do a lot of damage here, though. We'll see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not terrible. We're going to kill this guy for sure. So this full blocks and it draws a card. So we're going to play that for 1. Okay, and then we're almost certainly going to play Sever Soul for 3. Yeah, that takes care of it pretty well. Unfortunately, that's all of my... Did I not? Oh, whoops. We were supposed to, hold on. I messed up. There should have been one of these. There should have been 3 of these. Oh, that's a really big difference. Whoops. There's supposed to be 3 of these. On the plus side, I actually don't think it mattered, because every card that I played was in the first set of things that I had. Everything else I just got rid of, so I think it was okay. But technically speaking, well, I really messed that up. These 3 should be in there. There we go. Actually, you should be in here too. Just rearrange. Okay, and now these exhaust at the end of the turn. And we drew 3 more. I did refresh that. Okay, well. And you should have had 1 on top too. So that's 1 draw, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that was supposed to be in there. I played my overclock earlier. Okay, we're on 3. So weirdly, we actually do get very good use out of our chaos here. We get a... we get a Frost Orb, which is nice. That can allow us to block at the end of the turn no matter what. So even if we can't kill, that's fine. We already used up all of our energy here. This is a little unfortunate. We can put Tools of the Trade in play and block twice. That is not how that works. Favorite noble gas. Favorite element. Favorite noble gas? Argon. I think it's pretty sweet. Favorite element in general? I don't know. Like, how do you pick a favorite element? Okay, these are both just going to exhaust at the end of the turn. We're out of energy. We're out of energy. We're out of stuff to do. I don't know if we're actually out of energy there, but... We're blocking 2 here. Oh, I forgot to actually do this. 3 damage would have gone here, so that one's just dead now. I don't think there's any more I can kill. Right now, you're taking 1, and you're taking none, if I can avoid it. I could do more damage here and less block if we can kill 1, but I don't think we can. We can do 6 damage in total, which is not enough to kill any of them. So unfortunately, oh wait, did I use the strike? Oh, I attacked with the strike, but I didn't actually do anything. Still not enough damage, unfortunately. We're gonna attack this one anyways. It's a shame it's not enough. But that's it. Okay. So trigger 1 orb's end of turn ability twice. So that means we gain 3 block. Once for it being there, and then 2 more times for the loop plus. And then we do 2 damage at the end of the turn, which we're going to apply here. So Silent takes 3 damage, which we block 2 of. Ironclad takes 2 damage. Oh, I forgot to put that in there, but I definitely played the thing to block that. Seaborgium. And then you take 3 damage as well, which you full block. It is a good naming controversy. I don't know how that would make it your favorite element. All right, let's go ahead and roll. Have you watched Bobby Broccoli's video? I'm sure you have. All right, so no damage this turn, so I think we're good now. Let's draw 5 cards. Actually 6 here, now that we have this in play. It's a little unfortunate. We are gonna discard that, I suppose. Draw 5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, no one is taking damage here, which is nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna overclock, which immediately draws. It's kind of weird how the drawing works sometimes. And then puts one of these in my discard pile. Those were not the cards I really cared about. I'm gonna compile driver to draw 2 more. Actually, I'm not sure there are cards I care about in retrospect. Oh, this is a good play though. Compile driver does 1 damage. Then we can chaos dual cast. Chaos replace this guy, which gains me a block, but I don't care. And then that replaces with a dark orb, which we dual cast, which does 8 damage, 4 damage twice. So we can do 4 damage once here, and 4 damage once here. Okay, that's a really good play. And that's it for my turn over here. Chaos coming in clutch. Unfortunately, we cannot bash and Sever Soul. So I think ultimately Sever Soul's gonna end up doing more damage. We can do 4 or we can do 4. Glad to hear it, Leah. I'd rather 4 and exhaust a card. So we're gonna do 4 this way. That does 3, and then we draw a card, and then we play the strike to just kill this guy. Perfect. Okay, we're down to just the last guy here. I'm gonna draw. I have 3 energy right now, so that goes to 2. Okay, that's not too bad. And then I can just play all 3 of these. So that does 3 damage. And it applies a weak. Okay. And at the end of the turn, we do 4 damage in total. It's still alive. Oh, no, it's not, because we can stab it. Okay, we have these guys left. All right, we win. Yay! Sometimes you can call it, but I like to make sure we go to the end at least. All right. Victory, sort of. We did take a bit of damage on that one. Honestly, we took more in the... That's what I'm looking for here. We took more in the hallway fight before it, which is kind of funny. Xenite. Yes, Project Hail Mary is such a good book. I'm so excited for the movie. Every time I hear Project Hail Mary, I want to reread the book. But now I want to wait, like, right before it comes out. All right. Rewards for winning, we each get 2 gold. Of course I know Project Hail Mary. What kind of nerd would I be if I didn't? I read the book like 12 times. Pretty close to, at least. All right, we get our first relic too, which is really nice. Ooh. Okay, those are some pretty good ones. Generally speaking, I think Orichalcum is gonna go best here. Incense Burner here, and Abacus can go anywhere technically, so it's gonna go here. Junior high school science teachers, man. I'm so excited for the movie. All right, and then we get a card reward as well. Ooh, Flechettes is one of the good ones. But Well-Laid Plans is the better one. We definitely take Well-Laid Plans there. Well-Laid Plans is possibly the best card in Silence card pool. Oh, speaking of the best card in the card pool. Oh no, we have to choose between them. Feel No Pain is better. Evolve is nice, but Feel No Pain is incredible. Okay, these are some good card rewards. Let's see if we can do it on defect too. Okay, okay. Okay, I mean... arguably, having an extra Frost Orb is really good. I really don't like what they did to this card, though. They made it really bad. Comparatively. In the regular game, it draws a card as well as Channels of Frost, and this one, it just Channels of Frost. I think they thought Frost was more overpowered than it is. It's really not that strong. But it is good. The German title of the book is just The Astronaut? That's so interesting. Why wouldn't they call it Project Hail Mary? Is like Hail Mary not a thing in Germany? Like, do you not say like Hail Mary full of grace? It's so weird that they would change it to that, of all things. They couldn't think of another thing. It's really funny because the title is like a pun. Well, the whole Hail Mary thing is a pun. But I don't think that many people have gotten. So the name of the ship that they're on is called the Hail Mary. And the main character's last name is Grace. So literally, like, the prayer, Hail Mary full of grace, is literally true in the book, which is just very funny to me. All right, I have to decide between these two cards, and it's kind of hard. This one does more damage, but this one might be better late game. I think we take the more damage for now. I think more damage is potentially more important. Yeah, I've noticed that. I've heard of that before, Leo. I read it 46 times. Amaze, amaze. Good, good, good. Oh my gosh. It's such a good book. All right, let's remove all the enemies here. And then we're gonna go here, which means we get another lovely thing here. That's a really good one. That's a really good one. And that's a really good one too. Oh my goodness. We're getting some really good relics. We're starting out really strong here. We have to decide where these are going. Where do I often have excess energy? I think that's most likely going to happen here. I think I'm going to give this over here. And then put this here. Dies slowly. What? I mean, I guess that is the goal, right? All right, we're going to fight a normal combat here. And when I say normal, I mean horrible. Hopefully we draw some AoE. All right, 5. 1, 2, 3. 3 damage here. This one's doing AoE though. So on a 5 here, 2, 2. So 5. And you are doing 3 plus 1 is 4. So that's our incoming damage right now. Oh, I forgot to heal. End of combat, we regain a health with Ironclad, which is very useful. It's only 8 enemies. Only. These guys have low health, but they're extremely dangerous if you don't kill them quickly. These are kind of the worst ones because they're hard to kill fast, and they have the potential to do a lot. You can kind of ignore them if you can block, but if you can't block, they're really difficult to take out quickly. This guy is my prime target because he's doing 1 damage to every player, and he only has 3 hit points, but we'll see how it goes here. Let's see what we draw. All right. Oh, I rolled a 6. Okay, so Incense Burner doesn't do anything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're going to immediately play Master Strategy to draw 3 more cards. Dang it, we did not get the good ones. Okay. Dang, that's unfortunate. On the plus side, we do have 3 energy. We'll figure out something to do over there. I can re-roll the die. That might be something to consider. I don't think it gets much better, unfortunately. They're all pretty bad. I am going to re-roll the die. Okay, that is actually better. Okay, let's recalculate now. On a 4, it's only 2, 1, so 4 total. So because 1 from here, and then this one's only 3. That is a lot better. Good reroll. All right, draw 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, we can certainly block. Yeah, that sucks. Maybe I should play Shrug first. Because we're just going to play Shrug and redraw that now. Yay! Alright, blocked for 2. Then we can strike twice. I read the Wikipedia article, so I understand the rules of the game now. Good. Alright, we are going to immediately use this. I don't know why you would not immediately use this. So that lets me look at my first 3 cards and discard any number of them. We're just going to discard the strike. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3. That shouldn't be in my deck. 3, 4, 5. I forgot to remove it after the last one. So let's get rid of that now. We're going to immediately overclock. I guess I should have kept it because it's going back in here. And draw 2 more cards. Okay. How much are we taking? 4. We can at most block for 2. That's not good. I mean, those are the 2 important things, Leah. Everything after that is technically unnecessary. Okay, we're just ignoring this guy. He's doing 3 damage? Oh, no. He's doing 2, but this guy's doing some. Ooh, man. This is not a good draw. If I drew like this against the elite, I probably would have just lost. Okay. We're gonna kill this guy, so we only need to block for 2. Which I think I'm gonna do immediately. And then probably play Well-Laid Plans. And then I can play Skewer for 1 damage. Yeah, I like that idea. Okay, Skewer just does 1. Frankly, I wonder if I should do it here. I mean, we have to do the damage here, so let's just get that out of the way. Of course, this is the one doing 2 damage. That guy has to die. So we're going to play 2 strikes. That kills this guy. So now everyone's taking 1 less damage, importantly. Very importantly. So we're taking 2 here. We're taking 3 here. And we're taking 2 here. You can block for 2. What is it? Where's this block from? No. We do not have any block here. I think that's left over from last combat. I forgot to clear it. Okay. So I'm going to try and find a way to not take any damage here. That's going to be tough to do, though. Because we are out of everything over here. Speaking of which, let's just clean up here. This is retained. We're going to retain this and this for next turn. Oh, we can only retain 1 card, so we're retaining Tools of the Trade. That's right. Okay. We used up all of our energy, though. Okay. So you and you are full blocking, so it's entirely up to Defect here. How much I can do. So if I do Ball Lightning Dual Cast, Compile Driver, how much damage can I do? Compile Driver draws a card. I'm not so sure there's anything I care to draw here. There's nothing I can draw that would be good, I think, unfortunately. Maybe, actually. Hold on. It would be a Frost Orb. I could dual cast a Frost Orb if I draw that. But I'd rather be able to block. Okay. So Ball Lightning does 2 damage. Dual Cast does 4. So that's 6. That's enough to kill this guy, actually. So we're going to Dual Cast and Ball Lightning. That does 2 damage. And then blocks. It blocks for 2, which then I hit again with the dual cast. And then I do 1 more damage, and then end of turn we have 1 in hand. And then I can just block. Yeah, we'll just do a safety block. Block for 1. All right, good. We managed a full block on this. Might get better at drawing if you practice making some art. That's a good point on this. I don't know why I didn't think about that. All right, these guys don't gain any strength, but they do 2 damage in total. You're doing a lot more damage next turn, so you're my primary target this turn for sure. Okay, so that's 2 damage. We blocked for 2. We did block for 2, didn't we? Yeah, that was like a whole thing of what we did. I just didn't mark it. Okay. You're dead. I don't know why I forgot to mark that. End of turn damage 1. You are doing weakened. Yeah, you're weakening me, and you're doing 1 damage, which we block. And you are doing 2 damage, which we block. But then you're also making me vulnerable, which is very dangerous this turn. I was just kind of hoping to have something to deal with it next turn. Let's find out. All right, 2. As a note, I can make that a 3. So 3. I don't think I want to make it a 3. I don't think I have any benefit to make it a 3. We would take less damage. I think it's worth it then, yeah. Guys, I think I like women. No way. Alright, so we make that a 3. That changes things pretty significantly. I almost don't want to write down the damage this guy is doing, because I'm almost certainly just gonna kill it first. But I'll just add it as a little addendum here. Okay, so 2 plus 3. This is 1 plus 3. And this is unfortunately 6. Ah, gosh. I wish I knew how to draw. Because it's doubled. The 3 up here goes first, so it's doubled. And then plus 2. That vulnerable's not going away, by the way, so I'm either taking this or I'm taking 4, which is a little troublesome, but we'll make it work. All right, let's draw 5 cards. I do have to question how we have not drawn any shivs yet. We have 2 shiv cards. Okay. I guess I'm going to have to survive with that. This is not how I would describe blocking. Huh. Okay, we're gonna have to figure it out. Well, the loop's there. I'm thinking zap, loop, defend is kind of the best thing we can do here. I don't think it's close, unfortunately. So that's everything. On the plus side, that does do a lot of damage. So that is 4 damage right there at the end of the turn. I think we immediately put it here. Just save myself some time. So now we're completely done over there. Whoops. So now you're only taking 4 damage on Ironclad. Oh, that helps. All right, we're going to neutralize this guy. The really nice thing about weak and neutralize, whoops, I need that weak still, is that they cancel each other out. So now Ironclad is only taking 2 damage. Which is much, much, much more manageable. What can you do with gold? When you go to an event or a shop, you can spend the gold. The events are random. Sometimes you can't spend the gold to the events, sometimes you can. But the shops you can always spend money at. All right, that would be a good use of that. I would very much like to take out some of these guys. We do have some damage here. I also really want to get this Tools of the Trade in play. So we'll spend 1 energy on that. The Slice is going to do 1 damage. I am going to do it... I don't know which of these is worse. This one. So this guy gains 2 block as soon as he takes damage. However, that block will disappear by next turn. So we just don't attack him again this turn. That's fine. Oh. I cannot block fully, unfortunately, with my Ironclad here. No matter what, I'm taking damage. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to Feel No Pain, Sever Soul, which gets me a block, and it does 3 damage. And the nice thing is here, I can OTK this guy. Dang, I should have thought about that earlier. I didn't think I'd be able to kill these guys. I could have done something other than defend here. It wouldn't have mattered. We would have still just had that. So I am just going to kill this guy. Yeah, I think that is the right call. Okay, these both get discarded at the end of the turn. Okay, we already did the lightning damage. Gotta remember that I already did that. And then I can just do this. Should I? Yeah, we'll do it like this. And I'll hold on to this guy for next turn. Blocks for 2. Blocked for 1. Blocked for 1. Okay, so Silent takes 2 damage, which is blocked. Ironclad, I'm sorry, Defect takes 1 damage, which is blocked. And Ironclad takes 2 damage, one of which is blocked. The other one is just damage. In addition, you get vulnerable again. Sorry, Ironclad. That's just how the die roll. Speaking of which, we now have a 2. So you're taking 2 again. You're taking 1 again. And you're taking 2 again. Oh no, you're taking 2 this time. That is the worst 2 I have possibly ever drawn in my life. Let's fix that. I tried to make it tiny. Alright. These are gone, because the block goes away at the end of the turn. Yes, this is Daze. Dazes are statuses. So for instance, this Red Slaver, when it attacks me, for 4, mind you, because I'm actually vulnerable, it's going to put a Daze on top of my draw pile. So it's basically -1 draw for the next turn. It also exhausts, which is kind of good for me. Oh, I guess I can use this, because I did not use all my energy last turn. I only used 2 of 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think that was right. No, I had no way of getting Daze in this deck, so that must have been... Forgot to clean that up. 5. There we go. Alright, we're going to start with a backflip, which is going to draw 2 cards. It cannot draw itself, so this stays here. And draws a second card. Okay, I think we'll do the rest of that later. Let's see what we draw here first. 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, we're going to start with Seeing Red, which is going to gain me 1 energy in total. And it also gains me a block because it exhausts. Then we're going to play Shrug to gain 2 more block and draw a card. Now we have 3 energy left. We have a few things we can do. But let's see what Defect draws first. 1, 2. Daze is bad most of the time, but it can be really good on Ironclad because it exhausts, and that's a benefit in some cases. So I have powers with Ironclad that when cards exhaust, things happen. So sometimes I want things to exhaust. it's beneficial to me. But in general, Daze is -1 draw, which is not good. Oops. All right. I think you are going to die this turn, one way or another. So as a result, my defect is not taking any damage. So I think we're going to dual cast first, which does 2 damage twice. So that's 1, 2, which kills this guy. We blocked with Ironclad entirely, so we do not need to worry about Ironclad taking damage here. So we're going to focus over here. So that does 2. Since it wasn't from an attack, it does not gain its strength. Then we're going to play Chaos and Ball Lightning, which gives us 2 more Lightning Orbs and does 1 damage somewhere. I'm going to do that 1 damage here, which does gain you a strength, but that's okay. I do know Terraforming Mars. That's a very fun game. I've played it maybe 5 times in total, but it's been years since the last time, unfortunately. Okay, unfortunately, I'm just gonna bash defend here. It's not great. It does 2 damage, but it makes you vulnerable for next turn. But it also I now block for 4, which is all I'm gonna take anyways, so I think that's okay. Okay, and then I'm gonna kill the other 2 things, I'm pretty sure here. Looks like we don't really need to, but we're going to. Okay, so that brings me down to 2 energy. That gives me 5 shivs. I guess we just strike, concentrate, discard this, and strike again. Not exactly the ideal scenario here, is it? But 2 strikes is 2 strikes. That kills this guy. And then 4 of the shivs can be used here. I might be able to kill this turn. Did I not do this? I did not do this. That is a very big difference. Okay, I forgot to... Okay, hold on. I could have concentrated up to 3 and then played Skewer on this vulnerable, and that's 6 damage. Yeah, okay, so we won. We would have easily won next turn anyways, and we blocked this turn, so it didn't really matter. But gotta remember to do those things properly. I've missed my tools of the trade, so I should have drawn another card. Okay. Oh, we also had a week in here. We potentially were supposed to have 2 weeks. Whoops. I don't think it would have mattered. I think we would have had enough regardless. Gotta be careful. That's what happens when you're doing the math yourself sometimes. Is it possible by the time you get to place the ocean reward, there's ever oceans left? I think that's happened before, yeah. It kind of depends what people are working on, because some people might not even be touching oceans at all. I've had that happen before. It's just kind of, it's randomized by how people are playing the game, which is kind of a good type of randomization. All right, 2 gold, 1 gold, 1 gold. So everyone gets 1, Silent gets an extra. Oops, it's too many. Perfect. All right, no potions, so everyone just gets a card reward. It's nearly impossible for me to not take this acro here. It's one of Silent's best cards. Being able to draw is so strong, especially in the board game. 1, 2, and 3. Fire breathing can be really good. It can also just kind of be mediocre. We right now cannot produce our own statuses at all, which makes it not great. Having said that, We are fighting Slime Boss. Slime Boss. Oh my gosh. So I am going to take it for that reason. In general, I want to be able to produce my own statuses later, so that's good. Okay. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. These are not the good ones. Generally, taking 1 claw when I've already got my orbs working pretty well is just going to be a dead draw. It's about as good as a strike, except I can play it for free. I feel like leap should be 3 block. I don't know why it's only 2. Being able to switch rows is a very interesting mechanic that I feel like I don't use enough. We're going to take the leap. It's just good to have a good block card. Okay. All right, remove all that. We are going to be going to this fire. I did forget to heal my ironclad, so I need to remember to do that now. So you can heal at fires. There's almost no good reason for me to do that right now. I'm looking pretty healthy. So the other thing you can do at a fire is upgrade. So I can choose any card in all 3 of my decks and upgrade it once. So there's a few good choices here. Riddle with Holes adds a Shiv, which isn't very good because I could also just upgrade Cloak and Dagger to add a Shiv. So I don't think we're going to do that one. I think my real upgrade choices here are Acrobatics, Well-Laid Plans, and Master of Strategy. Funnily enough, all of them are essentially card draw upgrades. This one only works once, so it might not be the best choice. This one I can use over and over again, and it upgrades to draw 4 cards. This one allows me to retain an extra card at the end of my turn, which is essentially kind of like card draw, because it gives you more cards the next turn. I am going to upgrade my Well-Laid Plans, because I always want this in play. I'm going to probably play it as soon as I get it every time. It doesn't seem like that's card draw, but that kind of is card draw. Alright. These upgrades are a little harder. There's a really strong argument to be made for fire breathing. Just because it's going to be really strong against Slime Boss, and I'm very worried about Slime Boss right now. This is a card draw upgrade, which is pretty good. This is an energy upgrade, which it's hard to get into play right now, so that might not be a bad idea. Speaking of which, this is also an energy upgrade, but a circumstantial one. I think that's all I care about right now. Feel No Pain is an energy upgrade, which I'd rather just put on the Dark Embrace. So if I'm going to do that, I have to see what the fire breathing upgrades to. I think that would make a difference. Okay, it only adds 1 damage. I don't think that's going to be worth it for us. That is good, but it's not incredible. Gosh, I really wish I had that evolve now. Thinking ahead is good. I'm going to take the Dark Embrace upgrade because I really am going to want it upgraded at some point. This deck is pretty energy hungry. All right. We already have our loop upgraded. Okay, this needs to leave my deck. I shouldn't be in here at the end of the combat. I just forgot about it. Okay, these 2 are my primary upgrades I'm looking at. They're both very good. This is also an option. This is also an option. Okay, so this adds a block. One of the nice things about Leap is the block can go to any player. So even if my defect isn't under attack, he can block for someone else. They can block for someone else, sorry. These 2 are energy upgrades, so these both become 0 cost, which can be very good. Especially the Chaos, if it's on the right die, can be very powerful to play for 0. The Overclock draws an additional card. I'm almost always playing the Overclock every time I draw it. But if I can't draw into cards that I can play, then it's kind of worthless to have the +1 draw. I think we are going to upgrade the Chaos. for 0 cost. You can upgrade a lot of cards in Defect's deck for 0 cost. And there's a card that Defect can get called All for One that takes all 0 cost cards from your discard pile and puts into your hand. So that is a very powerful thing to look forward to, I hope. But we're not sure that's going to happen. All right, that's all of our upgrades. Elite time. Hey, it's the bad one. Just like in the video game, Gremlin Knob is very difficult. On the plus side, he does nothing on turn 1. So ideally, we want to get as set up as possible. One of my problems with all 3 of these decks right now is we don't have really good ways of creating lots and lots of damage. So I think we're just going to stick with this for now. So 53 health in total we have to do. And it's really hard to block Gremlin Knob, because every time you play a skill, you take damage. Just kill him turn 1. That is actually the best strategy. Unfortunately, it's not so easy to do. Okay, we have 3 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. All right, that's good at least. We're going to play Master Strategy to draw 3 cards. Okay. We're then going to play Acrobatics to draw 3 more cards. This is why card draw is good. Sneakers! Thanks, April, for summoning Sneakers. Hope you're doing well today. Alright. We are also going to play Neutralize. Oh, I have to discard a card. We're not playing this Defend, so... And we're going to play Neutralize to do 1 point of damage, which is basically worthless. But more importantly, we put a weak, and the weak lasts until he attacks. So next turn, he's only going to do 2 damage to everyone instead of 3, which is a huge difference. We are going to put Tools of the Trade in play. We're down to 1 energy now. However, I have a secret. You ready? I can play Concentrate. And discard 1, 2, 3, 4 cards to gain 1, 2, 3, 4 energy. I can play Cloak and Dagger, which gains me a Shiv. Then I can play Slice, which deals 2 damage because I have a Shiv. And just like that, he's only got 50 health. We did 3 damage already. All right. Let's go ahead and draw here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was really hoping for Vulnerable. I thought we had a Vulnerable Potion at some point. I'm not seeing it now, though. Because I could do a lot of damage with Vulnerable Skewer. But it's not impossible we get it here if we play this. Ah, nope. Okay. I couldn't really do that much damage anyways. I'm going to Seeing Red to gain an energy, and then just Strike. Not a good turn overall. Hopefully we do better with Defect, who has 3 energy to start. We're going to immediately scry for 3. 1, 2, and 3. We don't want any of these this turn. So we're just going to discard all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, there is an Overclock. We will play Chaos and Overclock. Unfortunately, Chaos only gets us a Lightning Orb. That draws 2 more cards, though. Okay, we can put another Lightning Orb in play. With how many turns we're going to be playing this for, I actually think Dual Cast is not worth it here. It'll do 4 damage. We'd have to play 4 whole turns. You know what? I am going to play Dual Cast. I've convinced myself. And then Strike. So that does 5 damage in total. This is going to exhaust, and this is going to go away. Okay. Now then, we have Skewer. We can play Skewer for 5 damage here, or we can save our energy for next turn. And I'm thinking, especially with the Swift Pot, we're going to save our energy for next turn. So we're not going to play this at all. We're just going to discard it. Which probably means we could have played a strike, actually. Yeah, because we would have had one. Yeah, so we could have done one more damage here. Okay. Okay, so we're just going to let that happen. Next turn now. We do have the one Shiv. We're actually going to keep that. Next turn, we're going to gain 3 energy. We got to keep our leftover energy, so we're at max. That doesn't matter. We are now enraged, which means every skill we play, we take a damage, unfortunately. That's life, though. So we're going to draw 6 cards here. And we get to discard one of them. These are not the cards we wanted here. I forgot to roll, by the way. I'm going to reroll. Because a 6 would be really good here. Hey, look at that. Okay. So, as Silent, I can no longer lose more than 1 HP on this round. Which means, as soon as I lose 1 HP, I can't lose any more. I am now going to play my Swift Pot, too. And draw 3 more cards. So this allows me... Well, that's in the wrong spot. This allows me to draw 2 more cards. And then I'm putting that in play anyways. Okay. I'm going to play Riddle with Holes, which does 1 damage to me, but I can take no more than that. That's the most HP I can lose. Okay, and that goes there. And then I can play Strike twice, I guess. Not amazing. We get to hold on to these 2 cards for next turn, though. Okay, so we have all 5 Shivs. And we do 2 more damage there. You just draw 5. Not glorious, unfortunately. I do have this, though. So if I don't play any skills this turn, which I'm not planning on it, at most I take 1 damage, which is really nice. And then we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, well, the block is unfortunately basically useless here. If I play the block, I immediately take damage and lose the block. So the only things I can really play are the loop and the ball lightning. So that gains me a lightning, so we're back up to full lightning. Good thing I played the dual cast. In addition, it does 1 point of damage. So we're down to 39 hit points. The fire breathing is going to be unfortunately useless in this fight. So I'm not even going to bother playing it. But I'm also not going to play the bash. I'm going to play the bash last. Because I think we can do better than a strike next turn. Okay, so that does 3 points of damage, but it leaves him vulnerable for next turn. Okay. I didn't do the end of turn damage from Silent, did I? I'm sorry, from Defect, did I? That should have been 2 more damage because I had 2 lightning orbs. I did not have the loop in play yet, so I couldn't have done that. Okay, unfortunately that's all my energy, so these all go away. You're done. I could play these 5, but they're just as good next turn as they are this turn. There's not really a reason to play them yet. Okay, you're done now too. End of turn effects. We do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage, which brings us down to 29. And we're really going to want to kill on this turn. All right, weak is used up. You gain a strength. You do 2 damage to everybody. 1, 2. You gained a block at the end of the turn. So we block 1 of them and lose 1. And you have already lost 1 HP this turn. So Incense Burner kicks in. We can't lose any more. Okay. And now we roll. 3. I can make it a 4. It does not do anything. So we're just going to keep it on 3. We draw 6 cards. Oh, that's good. Okay. All right. Unfortunately, we can't get any more energy. I do have to discard a card. These defend is basically useless. I don't know if I can kill this turn is the only problem. Let's draw 5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I can double to 3. This is better though. This doubles 4. That's for 8. And then deal an additional 3. That's only 11 damage so far. 1. Let's see if we can do better here. 2, 3, 4, 5. That's bad. That's really bad draw. All of these hurt me. At the end of the turn, I do damage, but I do not do 29 damage. Okay. Well, I think we're just playing Skewer. I don't think we can do better, unfortunately. So that uses up the vulnerable. It uses all 3 of our energy. And it does 4 damage, which is then doubled to 8 damage. We're at 21 now. We can Feel No Pain, Sever Soul. We can't really do much better than that anyways. That gives us 1 block, but I didn't play a skill. I guess that's not really any different, is it? You know what? No, I'm going to play Dark Embrace. There's nothing I can draw, is there? Oh, there is. Oh, it's a skill. No, we will play Feel No Pain. Just get it in play. Okay, that does 3 damage. Okay, and it does gain us a block. Yep, so we're down to 18 hit points. We can play Neutralize for 1. 17 hit points. Weakened. We can play Slice for 2. Because we have a Shiv. 15 hit points. I take 1 damage if I play this. And then I just die if I'm not careful. This does do 2 damage. 3. We need to count out our remaining damage here. I can play this, this, and this and take no damage. And then that does 3 points of damage plus an additional 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 here. So I can do 8. 8 plus 5. Oh, that's so close. I'm literally 3 damage off. Yeah, Leap was a good pickup, turns out. It looks like I'm not going to be able to do it, though. Okay, I'm not going to die, but I will take damage. This was a mistake. This Flex Potion should have been over here. I could have traded potions before, and I really should have. I would have won the fight if that Flex Potion was over there. But I did have a potion over there that I actually used, so I can't, like, even retroactively say that I traded. I don't think that would be fair. Yeah, switching lanes is really cool. It doesn't help in this fight, unfortunately. Fairy's not going to matter. Okay. I don't have to play Zap here, though. I can play Leap, which gains me 1 block overall, and Strike, which just does 1 damage. And just not worry about the rest of these. So then I do block 1 here. We're going to be hurt. We're probably going to heal, unfortunately. I'm also going to use this Purity Potion. There isn't much of a better use for that. I'm going to exhaust both these cards and gain 2 block. That full blocks this turn. Silent, unfortunately, has no recourse. I have no energy. I can't do anything. Okay. I could play these, but it does not kill. Okay, end of turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 damage. It's so sad that we got it down to 9. I can't help but think something we could have done in previous turns could have allowed us to kill without taking the damage there. Having the flex pot on a good person might have helped. All right, so because of the weakened, it only does 3 damage to each of us. Ow. Full block. And super ow. Alright. It's only got 9 hit points, though. We're extremely likely to kill on this turn. 2. Oh, I think this is the only thing left I had, but I could have held on to this, so. 4, 5. Well, we drew neutralize again. I think we already just kill, actually. Hold on. We can do 5 damage with shivs. That brings it down to 4. This does 4 at the end of the turn. Yeah, okay. So it's just dead. We don't need to worry about doing all of our decks out. Okay, that hurt, but we lived. Let's hope the rewards end up being worth it. The elites in Act 1 aren't quite as good as like elites in later acts. In later acts, you get upgraded card rewards for fighting elites. In this act, you just get a regular card reward. You do get a relic. The relics in this game tend not to be as amazing as they are in the video game, though. Let's give everyone their money first. So everyone gets 2 gold. Whoops. Okay, and then we all get a relic. Strike Dummy is bad because it makes something that's bad a little less bad. I find that Sundial is probably going to be the best here. I think we're going to put this on Ironclad, and it actually doesn't matter where this one goes, but I think we're most likely to play our strikes on Ironclad. Okay, those were not the best relics, unfortunately, but they are decent. And then we get a card reward. Ooh. Okay. I think we're being pushed in a particular direction with our silent here. Hey, Incarnadine, it's good to see you. I almost still want to take the acrobatics. Especially with the occasional extra energy here. We already have a lot of Shiv cards as part of the thing I'm interested in. I think I'm okay with taking 1 more Blade Dance, though. Hopefully we find that other acrobatics again. Our damage is just a little weak right now. Alright, Slime Boss is terrifying. Wild Strike is an opportunity to make our first... Yeah, we're going to take Wild Strike. It's a damage card, and it allows us to make our own status. Ooh, Storm's here. Storm is just kind of okay. The thing is, Storm usually amounts to, like, 2 damage a turn, and then when upgraded 4 damage a turn, which is not that incredible. I find that being able to have a cool headed is really strong, especially with the loop. I mean, having a frost orb is really strong, especially with the loop. All right. Hopefully, this event does not suck. That is interesting. Ironclad does not mind curses so much, so I am going to transform 2 on Ironclad. And I think since we have our strikes buffed a little, we're actually going to transform 2 defends. Is there not a way to put cards at the bottom of the deck? There's probably a quick way to do it. I just shuffle like every time I mess with it though. Okay, so we are going to get a curse. Again, that's not the bad one. We take that. All right, so 2 transforms. Transform, basically, we just take one off the top of the deck, and that's in our deck now. That's not a good one. That's a really good one. Okay. Acceptable. Okay, I don't know if I want to do that for everybody. I might just be okay with 1 transform for everybody else. Although, I will say Silent does have a lot of draw right now, which curses are kind of okay with that, so we are going to do that. Parasite's not a great one, but Silent strikes are really bad. Really bad. Basically worthless. So we are going to take 2 more cards. 1, that is amazing. 2, that's really good. Okay. That was a really good transform. Accuracy makes our shivs hit harder, and the other one is just sometimes a free way to do 3 damage, so I think we accept that. Gosh. The strikes here are also really bad. I think a double transform is also worth it here. I forgot to get rid of you. So, sorry, we're getting a curse. These curses are, like, sometimes... Like, this is actually probably less bad than a strike in a lot of cases, which is very funny. But if we just got rid of 2 strikes... And give me a good one, that's fine. That's better than strike. Yeah, both of those are just better than strike, so we take that. Sometimes it sucks to play an FTL, but it's very rare. Sometimes you just want to play it, usually. Okay, that floor made our decks a lot stronger. That was a good floor. All right, going into Slime Boss here. I forgot to heal at the end of the turn here. I think we have to heal on Defect. I think we just have to. I think Silent will be okay. Silent has enough ways to block that I think Silent will be okay. I might regret that, but hopefully not. So we're just going to upgrade on Silent and Ironclad. Until 2 Ascensions ago, I did not heal once for the entirety of the game. And suddenly it has been a lot more necessary. This is a really good upgrade. I mean, that's actually just a... Oh, this is tough. +1 Shiv upgrades are probably not worth it right now. I think these are the 2 upgrades we care about. We're always going to want to put accuracy in play, so I think we are going to upgrade it. It is just an energy upgrade, but it literally just saves us 1 energy every combat. Oh, how you upgrade in tabletop? This game has an upgrade thing. There's just a deck, though. So, like, if I search through here, these are just all of the upgraded cards. So all you got to do is... So the tabletop sim added this, which makes it easy to upgrade cards. But if you were just playing normally, you would just look through the deck and find the upgraded card and replace it. And like then you just remove the unupgraded one. All right. This is another chance to upgrade fire breathing, which is arguably correct because it'll be really good in this fight. But I think the +1 damage just isn't enough. I think we're going to go with the bash upgrade here. We really like to play bash, and it does 2 more damage. It's very rare to have a +2 damage upgrade. The other alternatives are these 2. I think, which are both just energy upgrades. I don't know, we need more output rather than more energy in this deck, I feel like. That's right. You're right, Twinkie. I totally forgot about that. I have the game IRL. I just haven't played it IRL in a while. See, the problem is we need, like, output upgrades, and I think the Bash is probably worth it. Hi, Diana. We are playing some Spire and Tabletop. If the Sever Soul upgrades to do 5, maybe that's better. I don't think it does, though. I think it's only +1. Sever Soul looks like that. Yeah, I knew that one. I missed it. It's so hard to, like, quickly see the art on these cards. I straight up do not see it. There it is. Yeah, it only upgrades for 1. Oh, you can upgrade. You can exhaust up to 2 cards, though? Okay, that is probably what we're going to do. Because we have benefits from that. We have 2 exhaust energies. Yeah, we're going to do that. Okay. It's only 1 damage upgrade, but the ability to exhaust 2 cards is really strong. All right, Slime Boss. We did not obtain the green key. Hi, Slimy. Slime Boss has 66 health. And it's very mean. Really, splitting is pretty bad. Tier 2. Split, what happens when you press the split button is it summons like 3 random slimes in each row. And that can be pretty deadly if you're not ready for it. All right, 4 off the bat. 4 does nothing for us. So I am actually just gonna I might want to save the reroll for when we have actions. I can make it a 5, but that does nothing this turn. So I think we're just gonna stay on 4. All right, so let's draw 7. Well, that couldn't have gone worse. I drew all of my block cards. I drew an entire starter deck. I think I removed every other strike in this deck. And we somehow still drew the 1 strike in all of the defense. Okay, well, crap. That is a really bad turn 1. Purity Potion would go hard there. Oh, I meant to move this, by the way. This should be over here. That was definitely something I was going to do. I haven't used any potions yet, so it's fine. You can't always get worse. Okay. Okay. We get Dark Embrace in play, and that's about it. That's not amazing. 2 energy left. Okay, we're going to scry 3 off the bat. So 1, 2, and 3. We're just going to discard that one, I think. 4, 5, and 6. Leap might be useful later in this fight, but it's basically worthless now. We are going to play Cool Headed, which does not draw a card in this version. At least not until it's upgraded. That does cost me that. And then we're going to play Compile Driver, which now draws 2 cards. Great. It does 1 damage, though. Our first bit of damage. You guys have seen Attack on Titan. It's like when he fires the shot at the Titan, and he's like, this is our declaration of war. Doesn't do anything. Okay. Let's see here. And I suppose we just want to get Ball Lightning into play then. Which does another point of meeker damage. Yeah, these were not the good ones. On the plus side, these strikes do a lot of damage. So each strike does 2 damage, so that's 4. So we're getting somewhere. This is terrible. We do 1 damage and end our turn. We're not even going to do 1 damage, actually. You know what? I'm not doing anything. I'm going to save my energy for next turn. There's a chance we will roll a 2, and that's unfortunate, but... I'm going to save the energy for next turn. The 1 damage is basically worthless. And then we just discard all of these. Yeah, okay. This is retained, which is why I'm putting it here. Unfortunately, can't do anything else here. Used up all my energy. Put all those away. Okay. All right, everybody gets 3 of these. These go into your discard, right? Yeah. Okay, roll the die. We got a 6. So we can just take the hits with our silent and only take 1 damage. That's dangerous, though. We do have a fairy, though, so it's probably worth it, actually. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 energy here. We can't discard anything, unfortunately. Doesn't look like we can really block anyways, so... I guess we can play everything, because we have 6 energy. Oh well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, I like that. Feel No Pain goes into play. Costs 1 energy. We can play Sever Soul, which does 4 damage. Exhaust both of these cards. Go down to 0 energy. Oh, wait. We would have had to play this first. We would have played this first. So we exhaust 3 cards. Then we're down to 1 energy, and we draw 3. Okay, that's not a problem. We put Fire Breathing into play. We're blocking for 3. That is a solid Ironclad turn. Regret. Oh, we had Fire Breathing in play, didn't we? No, we didn't. We played it as a part of that, so we can't. The slime took 2 lightning. Thank you. Okay. I always forget the lightning. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to play FTL for free. And it automatically draws a card. Chaos puts a Dark Orb on us. I'm going to replace the Lightning Orb with a Dark Orb. Also for free. And then I'm going to replace my Lightning Orb with a Lightning Orb. For 2 damage. And then I'm going to block 2. Excellent. At end of turn, we gain another block. I'm going to do the end of turn effects now. End of turn, we do 1 lightning damage. Okay, all done now. Okay, we're blocking here. We're blocking here. I don't think we can block here, unfortunately. But we're taking at most 1 damage this turn, which is nice. And we might use the Fairy and Bottle next turn. I did that one already, Twinkie. Did I? I think I did. Yeah, I did that. I thought I did. You know, I trust you. I don't think I did. Now you have me second guessing myself. Okay. We're going to Blade Dance, Riddle with Holes. Sneaky Strike. Oh wait, how many did that give me? That gives me 6. So we do 1 damage, and we keep the other 5 shivs for now. We really need an unload in this deck. Alright, and then this does 2 damage. We might as well defend, even though it won't matter. Gotcha, I see. Okay, so we did Sneaky Strike and a Shiv, so that's going to be a total of 4 damage. And we'll hold on to the other 5 Shivs, because there's a chance we're going to be using this Flex Pot at some point. Okay. Anything else we need to do here? We already did that. Nothing we can do over here. No end of turn effects. If I didn't have any block, I would gain some. But everyone's taking 3 damage here. You block for 3. You block for 3. You block for 1, but you only take 1 because of Incense Burner. And everybody gets 2 slimed in their discard pile. Okay, roll the die. 4. I can make it a 5, and I think I'm going to. 4 doesn't do anything, but 5 gives us each a block. And unfortunately, I don't think I'm downing this guy this turn. Which means we kind of have to survive. I have a relic that when I roll a 5, everyone gains 1 block. Okay, and I have a relic to change the die by +1. All right, so everybody's taking 6 damage. Let's go ahead and draw 5 cards here. That's really bad. Good thing we have the fairy. Everyone's taking 5 damage here. We will be using that fairy in a bottle. I love how I just roll my powers. Okay. Yeah, I'll just put them like this. Okay, and we're going to retain that concentrate. Not really any reason not to. And my shivs do more damage now. I don't think I can get out of this even with the shivs, though. So this is gone from last turn anyways. That's fine. That's what the fairy's for. I chose not to rest because I had that fairy in a bottle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Interesting. We're going to play that first. Oh, I did have 1 block, but it's not going to matter. Actually, it might matter. I was wondering what that was from. Okay, draw a card. Hey, it's Sender's Bane. That makes Clash bad, as it turns out. Clash was an unfortunate transform. Clash is somehow worse in the board game than it is in the actual game. Man. There's some synergy there, but it's just... Like, look at this hand. Especially with the retained curse. Oh, we drew a curse, by the way. So we do 2 damage. Okay. We are now going to play Thinking Ahead, which exhausts and gives me a block. Why do I have 3? Oh, yeah. 4 block. And lets me draw 2 cards. Look at that. It does another 2 damage. I really want that evolved now. My strikes are actually pretty good here. I played 1 energy. I gotta mark that properly. Funnily enough, playing Wild Strike gives me a free block next turn. Which is kind of funny. So we're gonna do that. Seems like the correct thing to do here. So this goes on top of the deck. Oh, I can full block this turn, actually. Oh, I do already full block this turn, actually. So I don't think we need to worry too much about that. Because I could play this, because you are allowed to play them for 1 energy to exhaust it. And that would give me a block, but Ascender's Bane already does that. And I'd rather not draw this until next turn. So we're just going to play Strike for 2 damage here. And then these 2 go away. This exhausts, this discards. Exhaust gives me this, and it draws a card. So that's not even against my draw next turn. It also, when I draw that, does damage. So we do 4 damage here. 2 for the strike because of this, and then 2 for drawing this. And this one exhausts until next turn because it draws at the end of the turn. All right, we full blocked there somehow. That's incredible. Okay. I'm not so optimistic about here. We're going to find out, though. So we should have 3 energy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, it's an injury. 5. Okay, I was hoping for dual cast. We're going to start with overclock, though. So we still have a chance of drawing it. There is dual cast. We can actually full block here pretty easily. We're going to start by putting Loop into play for 1 energy. We can dual cast our Frost Orb to gain 2 block, and then put another Frost Orb down. And that is all of our energy, unfortunately. I almost want to take the damage, though. Dang. I could have also dual casted the Dark Orb and put another Frost Orb down, but that'd have been better. And then Loop would still... and just have another Frost Orb in here. That would be 8 damage. Priming it definitely for next turn. Yeah, that is a better play. Because now Loop can target one of my Frost Orbs at the end of turn. And I full block still. Or I can take a damage and do more damage, but I don't think I need to do that. Yeah, so that's worth doing 8 damage for sure. And that uses all the energy. Did I finish Silent's turn? I did. I'm holding on to that. Yeah, we're just accepting that Silent is going to be using the Fairy in a Bottle. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, everyone takes 5 because of the weak. You block for 5. Thank you. You block... Oh, I forgot to do the end of turn effects. 1 damage. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 block. Actually blocks for 6, which full blocks. Okay. And Silent has to use her Fairy in a Bottle, sadly. So, respawning with 2 health, that's fine. 2 health is good, because if we trigger Incense Burner again, I can still use it. I think we need more block cards for Silent, is what I'm learning. Alright. Back to the top here. We almost certainly can down him this turn. On death at the start of next round. So that's pretty good here. Alright, on a 2, Silent gets some energy. Look at that. Alright, then we draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I like drawing cards. Do you all like drawing cards? 1, 2. Oh my gosh, there's cards in here? I can't put that in my draw pile because it's not done drawing. We are going to discard a card. It's going to be this guy. We are going to backflip to draw 2 more cards. Seems pretty smart to use Skewer here. We can then also master a strategy to draw 3. This does more than Skewer by a lot. Okay, we'll hold off on that for a second. Let's see what everyone else has got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, this seems fun. So I drew 3 of these, which means we do 6 damage. So we're down to 16 health. We're not taking damage on this turn, but I'd also rather not have 3 more slimed in all of my decks. So ideally, we're just going to kill on this turn. So I think we're actually going to Sever Soul to burn both of these. They do not go in my discard pile, sadly. They do gain me 2 block, which is fun. And they draw 2 cards. this is interesting. So at the start of next turn, the slimes are going to spawn. Before we go. So if I put one of these on top of the deck, it's not actually going to hit them, because this is going to exhaust at the end of my turn and draw a card at the end of my turn. But that means it will exhaust next turn to... I think I'm overthinking this. It will give me a block next turn for free, which might be worth considering. But I might just rather have a regular card draw next turn. It's very confusing. All right, anyways. We draw 5 cards here. Okay, we're going to FTL for 1 damage. We might not actually be able to kill it this turn. Hold on. And we draw a card. I think we're literally just going to exhaust both of these, because I don't see what else we're going to do. So you can play them for 1 energy each. Okay. We can definitely down it. I just want to delete these. We don't need to block this turn at all. So... we're going to play Riddle first, which gains us 4 shivs. Each of the shivs do 2 damage, so that's 8 damage, which leaves the slime boss with 7 health in total. And it brings us down to 1 energy. However, we can now concentrate, which exhausts, and do 1, 2, 3. I want to hold on to this for next turn. I'm going to discard the regret. 4. Oh, we don't need to, actually. I think we're good. We just get 3 energy from this. That's 4 energy. We exhaust both of these, which leaves us with 2 energy. I want to hold on to this for next turn. I might even want to hold on to the skewer for next turn. This is going to exhaust at the end of the turn. It does 3 damage. Let's just use it. Here we go. Okay. We need to do 1 more damage. Our lightning can take it out, but only if we do 1 more damage. Lightning does 3. I do not want these slimed in my deck. We only have 1 energy left here. So I can either use a Shiv, which I'd rather keep because they do 2 damage each, or I can just play the Strike instead of putting this on top of my deck. And I think I want to do that. Yeah. So the Strike does do 2 damage. Lightning at the end of the turn is going to kill it. So it is, in fact, split, which means at the start of next round, we press that button. But before that happens, these get put away. This gets exhausted, which draws me a card for next turn, which is a bash. Fun. Okay, we get to hold on to those. I mean, we get blocked, but it's basically useless. Reset all the block, reset all the block. Okay. Everyone's all set. We press the split button. And then we roll this die, and it determines our fate. Okay, we got a 6, which is about as good as we could get here. Because Silent can't die, that means. So I think we're going to keep that no matter what here. So taking 5 here, taking 4 here. Ooh, gosh. Taking 6 here. We do not have a lot of AoE, unfortunately. So we're going to have to go with what we got here. All right. I think I forgot this last turn, but that's okay. We do draw 6 cards here, though. and 6. Okay, and we have to discard 1. I'm just gonna get rid of that. This hopefully is not gonna go on long enough for that's being a problem. Hopefully. Very much hopefully. Okay, we definitely cannot block all 5 up here. But let's draw the rest of our cards first. We draw 5 here. 3, 4, and 5. Okay, so we do 4 damage to any row. These guys are the problem, and there's not much I can really do about them. I think we really want to focus Ironclad's row, because that one seems like the one that's causing the biggest problems. So 4 damage there, 4 damage there, and 4 damage there is pretty good. Okay, that seems like it's going to be pretty easy to do that then. And we might get lucky with the shrug here. Oh, I have a fun idea. Let's Wild Strike for 3 first. That puts one of these on top of my deck. And then we can Shrug, which draws it instantly. And deals, blocks for 2, and deals 2 damage to a row. Party was just attacked by a shark and a spellcaster with no weapons. Today is a good day. Welcome back, Leah. Okay, I'm wondering if I maybe don't want to do that here. Because I can't just kill these guys, which would be nice. But Defect is also taking damage. Defect can block pretty well, though, because we've already got 2 Frost Orbs up. So let's do it up here. 2 damage, 2 damage, 2 damage. We don't actually have to take the damage on Silent if we can avoid it. Okay, end of turn. We are going to block for 3. So as long as these 2 die, Ironclad's okay. So maybe we just ignore those for now. We also are already doing a lot of damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, okay. Well, let's start by drawing 2. That was bound to happen at some point, I guess. Okay, so we do 1 damage and draw 2. We can kill... Wait, this guy's worse. Let's kill that guy. Holy status, precisely. Hold on. I'm allowed to see what's in my deck. That was not the way I meant to do it. Okay, I can't really draw anything anyways. I don't know why I'm checking. I can, in fact, Ball Lightning to do 1 more damage and then get rid of this, which Evoking is the same as End of Turn effect, so it gives us a block. It does 1 more damage and kills this guy, and it gives us an extra damage at the end of the turn. And we have 1 more energy left. We can switch rows. We're going to wait on that, because switching rows might be the way to go. Because we're going to have 4 block. Okay. We can either play... We should play the strike for 2 somewhere. This guy's the biggest problem. Okay. That's the end of that turn. I think we can just kill. It's going to be hard to imagine we can't just kill here. I am going to use this here, though. Because this is the guy I'm least likely to kill. And now he does 2 damage instead of the damage that he was doing before. We should have 3 energy. Yeah. Yeah, we should have 3 energy. Okay, so we can just Cloak and Dagger for 1 block. And 2 points of damage. We can then strike while the iron's hot. And then we can Blade Dance for an additional 4 points of damage. Here's the problem. Silent, I mean, Ironclad's fine. Let's get rid of this guy. 4 points of damage. Okay. These are all wrong now. I've completely killed enough things that nothing here is really relevant. So this row is only taking 2. This row is only taking 1 once I kill this guy. Saving the shivs for next turn feels wrong, but we are full blocking. We are full blocking. I'm gonna strike here. Kind of weird, but it kills this guy, and now we're full blocking. I didn't think it would matter, but I guess here we are. All right, end of turn. This all gets discarded. This gets disapparated, which draws me a card. Hey, which does 3 damage. Or it does 2 damage to a row. Which I wasn't going to bother with, but I guess if that does that, it does that. Save the shivs. It also gained me a block, which is important, because now we go in order. So up top, Silent gets hit for 1, which she's blocking for, and gets 2 weakens, which is not great. That might have been a reason to use my shivs last turn, but we should be okay. All right. Defect takes 2 and a weak, and 2 of these guys. At the end of the turn, you gain that. Oh, I also forgot my lightning orbs, which means we should have done 4 damage? 4 damage somewhere. Let's just get this guy close to death. Okay. And you blocked for 2. You also got your thingies. And then Ironclad. Oh, you also got weakened once. Ironclad takes 3, which is a full block. And also gets 2 of these thingies. Alright, and then we roll. 3. I could reroll. I think we're okay. Alright, draw 6. Okay, we will go ahead and discard this. Why not? We have to draw and discard one at the beginning of the turn. That makes my Sneaky Strike free, which is nice. But it only does 2 damage because of this weak token. I'm going to do 2 damage right here because I don't like you. I'm not even going to check their whatever they're doing because I think it's fine. This only does 1 damage because of the weak token. But it does get rid of it, which is nice. But that's exactly where we want to do 1 damage. Okay. We're going to draw 2 cards. Oh, that is a good one to draw. No problem. All right. That does 8 damage in 2 damage increments. That's 1 of the shivs. 2, 3, 4 of the shivs. And we can still do 1 damage. Bye. Okay. Can play another shiv for 2 damage up here, which kills this guy. And then I can do 8 more damage with these shivs. Seems worth it. Hey, look, he's got 3 health left. End of turn, we've got lightning that would kill it, so we're good. All right. Now we have to do cleanup. Cleanup takes a while here. Usually you just get your whole deck together and then search for these. Luckily, they're not permanently in the deck. Oh, that'd be so bad. We actually only had 3 left. I guess we did end up playing quite a bit of them. That's all of them, actually. Fun. Okay. End of turn, you heal. End of combat, everyone heals for 4. I'm just going to remember that now. So Silent, unfortunately, is going into next act a little hurt. But that's part of the fun, I guess. High Ascensions. Alright. Where'd you go? There it is. Okay. We couldn't see it. Alright, everyone gets 3 gold. So give 2, get 5 back. Alright. In addition to that, everyone gets a boss relic. The way you do that in this game is you grab 4, the number of players plus 1, and you distribute them as needed. Unfortunately, these are not the good ones. I'm thinking we are going to take Cursed Key here. It's pretty important that we get an extra energy here. And while 2 curses suck, they suck the least on Ironclad. Oh, those are bad. Okay. Hopefully we can do something with curses there. Alright, the Ring of the Serpent is a really solid card, a really solid relic in this. Because it does not override your existing relic like it does in the video game. So it is actually just +1 card draw on all turns, including turn 1. Which is really how it should work in the base game too. And I think that is going to go on Silent. Card draw is especially important on her. And then we have to decide between 3 upgrades and 4 things here. I'm going to look through upgrades and see if 4 of them or 3 of them are worth it. What would I upgrade if I were to upgrade 3 cards? I would upgrade this, I would upgrade this, and I would upgrade... probably Zap. Which tells me immediately that no, it's not worth it. So we are going to be taking Ori here. Session's over. Hope the shark is dead. Now, when I take Ori, which really is a boss relic in this, you get 4 card rewards. So this is 1, 2, that's 1 card reward. 2 card rewards. Oh, that's a good one. It's a shame that it's up against important things. And 4 card rewards. Yeah, 4 cards is really good. All right, well, we're taking the Seek. I wish it wasn't up against Fusion, because I also want that. Okay, we're going to take the Heat Sinks, and we're going to take the Machine Learning. We want powers really badly, so... more powers equal good. And then I think maybe we take the double energy. I think the Sunder is, like, so good. It's tough. I wish it was upgraded. Double energy needs an upgrade, and we don't have upgrades to spare. We're gonna take the Sunder. A lot of the time, the Sunder can just kill something, which is really nice. Okay. That is all of that, and then we get a rare card reward. Okay. Gosh. Why'd they have to make this hard? Okay. All right. Both of these cards are absurd. I'm just gonna put this one back. I do like Corpse Explosion in this. I really do. But for what we have going right now with Silent, both of these cards are really, really good. The problem is the Venom is really hard for us to get into play compared to the Unload. The Unload allows us to do a lot of damage. And if we can get Strength later, it can end up being an absurd amount of damage. But the Envenom allows us to get up to 30 poison really quickly too. Envenom lets us take Catalyst later. Oh gosh, this is hard. These are like both the cards I was looking for in this deck. So I want either of them. I think we are going to take the Envenom. The Envenom opens up other poison cards for options. Oh, the Unload is so strong though. I could take both of these and be so happy. I can like always play the Unload. I can't always play the Envenom. We're playing the Envenom. I think it ends up being slightly stronger. We definitely want that Unload later if we can find it though. Okay, speaking of really good cards. I have never taken Fiendfire on Ironclad before. In this game, I should say. In the board game. I feel like I really should at some point. Barricade is really strong in this. You do have a max block of 20. Oops. But Ironclad tends to blow their load pretty early and exhaust most of their cards. And that gets them a lot of block, but then they go away. Then the block goes away. I am going to take Barricade. It's just a win condition that the other two do not present. It basically allows me to full block at the end game very easily. All right, these have the potential to be amazing. Yes, they do. It is really hard to get this Echo Form in play. A lot of the time I have to take damage to put this Echo Form in play, which is not good. Core Surge is actually like a win condition against the Heart. It lets you survive the first attack of the Heart, especially when upgraded, in a way that like nothing else in the game can. So there is an argument for taking Core Surge. Having said that, Echo Form is so fun. We're going to take Echo Form. I don't even think it's that great in this deck, but it's just such a fun card. Okay. All right. And that is Act 1. Let's press the button for Act 2. That looks like a good elite snipe. Okay, no matter what, we're going to get a combat first, but I just want to take a look ahead here and see what I can do. Dang, those campfires aren't pretty. We do not have that much money. We get 2 combats before this, though, so we'd gather a little bit more. There's an argument to go like this way, or this way. That hurts. I really want to hit this fire and this fire. This just seems really good. Being able to go from here to here to here to here, 2 elites and 2 fires, plus the 3rd one at the end, obviously, is really strong. And killing the Burning Elite this act is really kind of important, because the elites in next act are worse. And we can bail. If we're really struggling at this fire, we can bail off this elite and still survive. I have to go this entire side, though. Like, I can't do anything else. So I guess that's the way we're going. The shop isn't going to be as good as it could be, but that means a late shop next act will be really strong. I think it's worth it. Okay, so let's take a look at what we're dealing with, and then I am going to take a bit of a break. So this is our thing that we're going to be fighting immediately I'm getting back, but wow, have I been going for a minute here, and I really need to go use the restroom and get some water and do all those other things too. So I'll see you guys all in a bit. BRB. All right, we're back. There we go. Gotta check some things really quick here, and then we'll get started again. All right. We left off on our first fight of Act 2. We have to see what we got here. Getting Snecko on silent is very bad. Okay. We can change to 5. Ooh, this is a decision I have to make now. I think we are going to do that. It makes next turn scary, but it makes this turn a lot less scary. For one, everybody gets a block. You're going to have 3 energy. You're going to get 4 energy now. And you're going to get 3 energy. And you get to draw another card at the start of your turn. All right, let's make sure we know what everybody's doing. On 5, you're only doing 2 damage. Unfortunately, Silent, the first card that Silent plays, is going to cost 3 energy. That's not too bad if we have a card that costs 3 energy in our hand. So let's hope we get one of those. You're going to do 3 damage. And you're going to do 1 damage. Unfortunately, this 1 is going to everybody. Okay. So now we draw over here. Silent draws 8 cards. Because 7 from this and then 8. So 1, that's a good card. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Skewer is weird here. I don't know how that works. First card you play this turn costs the confuse value. I don't know how that works with Skewer. We're very likely, unfortunately, just playing Survivor as our first card play here, because that will full block. And then we can play the other ones. We don't have any energy. That's so sad. Okay, we have what we have, though. All right, let's draw here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, with 4 energy, that becomes a lot more interesting. Okay, we also have the ability to swap rows, which might be very useful here. We're going to immediately do this, by the way. Okay, we can scry both of those cards and then draw an additional 1, 2, 3, 4. Sunder is very interesting here. I don't think there's anything we can one-shot with Sunder, but maybe we could get something low enough to kill it. Unfortunately, that's not how the bird works. So Bird can only take 1 damage from Sunder, unfortunately. I really wish it worked differently, but them's the rules. Is there anything we can get lower? You're looking like you're not really going to be able to block, unfortunately. I could use Seek to switch rows before Silent plays a card. This is very confusing. I don't know how this works. I'm going to Google this really quickly here. So, Slay the Spire board game. Snecko row switch. Snecko enemy. I don't know what the rules on this should be, and I don't think it's obvious. If Snecko is in your row, the first card you play this turn... Oh, at the start of the turn. Okay, so row switching doesn't do anything. Yeah, so row switching will not help that. So no matter what, whatever card Silent plays first will be costing 3. Which realistically... I really don't want to take damage here. Yeah, I think we gotta play Survivor then. Oh, we don't have to play Survivor. My bad. We already have 1 block. We can play Cloak and Dagger. Get ourselves a Shiv. Okay, and now we have no energy. But that doesn't stop me necessarily. We gained a block too. Because then we can play Neutralize. We're going to play Neutralize on this guy because I hate him. And he's doing 1 damage to everybody. So now that that weak is there, we can just erase all of this damage. I would very much like to kill this Mystic, because he, or she, or them, a little hard to tell in the picture, is going to be giving strength to every enemy in the game. This guy's also getting strength. So if we get 2 strength and then hit this next turn, that's going to be a lot of damage. I don't know if I can kill it, though. It might be a little tough. We might be able to, though. So we're going to focus it down to start with. So Slice does 2 damage. And Skewer does 1 damage. And that's everything I can do there. So he's down to 9, which is good. I need to get him down to 5, and then I can one-shot him. So we're going to start by putting Dark Embrace into play. Then we're going to play Sever Soul. Which then draws 2 cards. I like that. That's a good draw. That does 4 damage. Which drums it down to 5. Okay, sweet. Alright, and then we can play Sunder for 3, but we gain 3 energy back, and you die. Okay, that is a good person to take out there. Okay. I don't think I have a turbo. What do I want to seek for? I can seek for a 0-cost card. I don't hate that idea. I'm afraid to draw a card I'm not going to be able to play. Although I don't think we're going to need the Echo Form this fight. Like, we're not going to lose if we draw it. So I am actually going to seek for... Actually, we'll do this first. We're going to play Heat Sinks and then Loop. Which brings us down to 1 energy, but draws 2 cards. Oh, I needed to shuffle because I looked at my draw order. Okay, we can play FTL. It doesn't do anything. Well, it does a damage. It just doesn't draw a card or anything. Dealing 1 damage is probably worth putting it on the bird here. Oh, as a note, we are taking damage. Okay. We might want to seek for something that's going to block, huh? What do we have? We have a 5. We're taking 3 damage. I can seek for the Leap to block for 2. Or I can seek for the Cool-Headed. This is why Seek is a good card. And just get a Frost Orb down. And then that also allows me to block. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Okay, so this exhausts. This goes out. All right, end of turn effects. We have to trigger this one 3 times, which is more than we need, but we have it. And then we just deal 1 damage, which I am also going to put on the bird, because you're annoying to deal with. Alright, we are going to play the Seeing Red, which gains 1 energy and draws a card. Then we're going to play Shrug It Off. Just to draw a card. Wow. That's unfortunate. Okay. Next turn will be better. We knew we were going to have curses, huh? You're going to exhaust. I'm going to hold on to that one Shiv I have. All right, and let's see what happens here. Silent takes 2 damage. Full blocks. Centurion does 3 damage. We full block here. Okay, Chosen does 1 damage to everyone, which is blocked. Unfortunately, also applies one of these to everybody, which is not blocked. Yeah, that just goes to everybody. I'm pretty sure that's how that works, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right. Okay, and then this goes down 1. And then Bird, unfortunately, gains a strength, which is good because he's almost dead. Let's go ahead and roll our die for next turn. 5 again. I could make it a 6. I don't think there's a good reason to. Oh, no, I can't make it a 6. I could re-roll. I think I'd just rather have 1 block at the start of my turn. That seems pretty good. Okay. Let's see how much damage everybody is doing. Oh, we ended up with Confuse 3 again from Snecko. Rude. Okay, you're doing 3 as well again. And you're just gaining strength, so the bird's actually not a problem this turn, but you are doing 3 damage. Okay, so let's draw. We draw 6 cards on our silent here. That includes that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a good master strategy draw. 1. Oh no, I can't. Whoa, 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 whoa. Careful now. I gotta re-roll that because I know what it is now. Okay. So, if I played this now, it would cost 3. That's why I can't play it. I can play Riddle with Holes for 3. But then I'm taking damage. Alright, we'll come back to Silent. Maybe there's something we can do about that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I just realized this should be in my hand still. It doesn't just go away. Okay, well, we put Feel No Pain in play. That's a good start. Then we're going to play Thinking Ahead, which is going to draw us 2 cards. We have to put one of them on top of our draw pile. Hate to say it, but it's looking like it's going to be Clash. Because I don't want it this turn. Okay, we did gain a block from that. Ironclad. Oh, we are going to exhaust this at the end of the turn. Okay, we're going to play Power Through to Silent. So Silent does not take damage this turn. That does put one of these on the top of the deck. That's okay, though. I think that's okay. I hope that's okay. And each of these strikes do 2 damage, so that's 4. And I'm going to start killing this guy, because I hate him. Oh. Mystic died, that's right. Alright, hopefully we can block. Okay. End of turn, this is going to exhaust. That's going to give me 1 more block. And then we're going to draw 1 card. So we already have that in our hand for next turn. Alright. Over here, we draw 5 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, it's our Echo Form. We're currently taking 4 damage here. I don't know if Echo Form is really the card we need to play right now. I mean, we block 3. Yeah, we're actually fine. We can actually play Echo Form here. I'm going to. Sounds fun. And we draw 2 cards. I was hoping one of them would be 0 cost, but that's okay. Yeah, unfortunately we can't play anything else this turn. That just leaves Silent, who has not operated yet, but is full blocking. So we can, in fact, play Riddle with Holes to get the remainder of our shivs in our hand. And that costs all of our energy, unfortunately. And then I wonder if I want to play Master of Strategy here. I think we do. Yeah, those are the bad ones. Okay. So we have 0 energy, unfortunately, and we can't play any of these cards. This is going to exhaust at the end of the turn. This is going to be there. Yeah. Now, I could play these shivs now, but they're going to do more damage later. So there's kind of not really a reason. I mean, I could kill this guy, but he's not doing any damage this turn. So I think we're good. This exhausts at the end of the turn. And unfortunately, the rest of this just has to go into the discard pile. On the plus side, whatever skill or attack we play next turn, it plays twice. So there's that. All right. So Silent would takes 2 damage, which is blocked. Ironclad, or rather Defect, takes 4. I forgot end of turn here. We're going to use the loop to generate 3 block. And then we use the Lightning Orb. Let's put it on the bird again. Get him lower. Okay, and so we take 4 damage, which is full block. Yeah, it makes sense though, Twinkie, in this game, because powers in play have to be visible for you. But it's still extremely strong. Okay. And then Ironclad, you gain another strength. You are officially terrifying, by the way. Ironclad would take 3, but it's blocked, and gets 2 of these on top of the deck, which is horrifying. But let's just roll well. Easy. 3 does nothing. It does allow our Silent to do stuff, though, so maybe we do keep it. I can re-roll. 3 doesn't give us any benefits. But it also doesn't hurt us, so you know what? We're going to keep it. So that one's still going to be 4. Actually, you know what? I might re-roll. Yeah, I'm going to re-roll. This is about as bad as I can get, actually. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay. Okay. Everyone gets 1 block, which is good. All right. These should be exactly the same. This one's 2. Well, this one's 5 now. Hopefully we can kill that guy this turn and it won't be a problem. Let's go ahead and draw our 6 cards here. That's a good one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fun fact, everybody. I can play Envenom for 3 and it costs 3. Believe it or not, that is crazy. Okay. We can also play Accuracy for free now. I'm gonna concentrate just the defend here. We can concentrate the regret and the acro and play a defend, so then I don't have to worry about blocking. I like that idea. I'm not gonna play the acro, we don't have enough. So that gives me 2 energy back. Then we can play the well-laid plans and the defend, even though the well-laid plans is basically useless this turn. And guess what? These shivs are now deadly. Each one does 2 and applies a poison. So Chosen's gonna get hurt, but we'll wait on that. 5 draws, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's bad. Stupid Clash. I wish Clash could be played if there were skills in your hand. I can't even full block here. We really want to kill this guy. He bad. This is the bad man. I can bash him, and that might be the ideal here. There's really nothing else we can do, so we're going to barricade bash. That's all the energy in our hand. Okay, so we're gonna do 2 damage here. You're now at 9, and you're vulnerable. And we've got Barricade in play, which doesn't do much right now. We can't full block this turn, though. These will exhaust at the end of the turn, and they'll give me 5, which is okay. It'll give me 4 block, so we will take 1. Which would be alright, actually. Man, Defect really does not like existing, does it? Okay. Alright, we're gonna play Ball Lightning, I guess. We double play our first attacker skill. I mean, Ball Lightning is probably still the better one. Was kind of hoping for a better attacker skill in this hand. I can dual cast, but that's not good. Yeah, we're just gonna Ball Lightning. So it does 2 damage. I want the Centurion to die too. He's starting to annoy me. And then it also replaces... We're going to keep our Frost Orb. So then it does 2 more damage. This guy's still not a problem. Lightning does... Or... We can dual cast and then Lightning? That's fine. So that does 4 damage. Okay, Centurion has 7 hit points left. Alright, where's our major problem here? You're full blocking, so we don't care about you. So it's right here. So 1 Shiv deals 4 points of damage due to vulnerable and the plus Shiv thing, and it applies 1 poison. Another Shiv applies 2 more points of damage and 1 poison. Another Shiv would be very useless here, so we're going to use one of our lightning orbs to kill this guy. And then we maybe... Our Shivs are not going to get any better here, so we're going to do 3 Shivs on Snecko. We're full blocking here, so... I guess if we kill Centurion, we can do more damage, because we don't need a block. So we can do 1, 2, 3, 4... That applies 2 poison. I like that. So 1 lightning for each of these, then they die. And then my last Shiv can go here. Okay. And then we don't have to worry about blocking. So we will gain 1 block, but we can use the loop on the lightning orb. So we can do 1, 2, 3, 4 damage. So 1, 2... And we can do 2 more. We could kill the bird, but I kind of like that he's alive still. Make him suffer. Okay. Snecko's down to 19. At the end of the turn, he also takes 1 point of poison damage. Okay, that discards all 3 of these. Exhaust. That is not where I put them. Thank you, good try game. Okay. We gain a bunch of block, but more importantly, we draw 3 cards. Fire breathing, where have you been? Alright. Let's roll. Kind of doesn't matter what we get now. 3 is fine. Actually makes my life a lot easier up here. But it does mean we really gotta kill this bird now. This bird is doing 8 damage to Ironclad this turn. And you're gonna be doing 5. The bird will just die by chance here. Let's draw 6 cards here. 6. Hey, Regret's back. This was not the draw for Silent here. The first card I play costs 1. Unfortunately, all of my cards cost 1 already. All right, draw 5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, we do 2 curses, which means we do... Oh, we didn't get Fire Breathing in play, never mind. We couldn't have, because it was the start of the turn that it drew. Putting it in play now. This freaking Clash, man. I think Clash is actually the worst card in my deck right now. It's worse than the curses by a lot. Okay. Ugh, gosh, I could have drawn anything else and it would have been better. I guess we're Wild Striking for 3 and then Power Throughing. Why not? Drawing 2 of these seems fun. This is going to exhaust at the end of the turn. On the plus side, we have a bunch of cards in our hand, so we don't have to worry about the pain. Power Through for 3. I guess we'll put that on silent. None of us should have any block. Because Silent's taking 5 right now. It would be nice to not do that. Oh yeah, we did 3 damage. Yeah, let's do it here. There we go. All right, let's draw here. 1, 2. Those would have been nice earlier. 3, 4, 5. Hey, machine learning, you made it. It's nice to have you. Hi, Magnolia. All right, we haven't activated Echo Form yet because we played a power first. Enjoy your lurk. So we can actually use it on Chaos here. And Chaos would give me 2 Frost Orbs, which is worthless, so we're not going to do that, actually. I can play it on Overclock, though, so I can draw 4 cards. Under my understanding, though, we get 2 of these in our discard pile. I don't know, this didn't seem like maybe it was worth it. FTL does 1 damage. Just kill the bird. It needed to die anyways. Okay. Guess we could have dual casted. Hey, Ganabath, welcome in. Hope things are good for you. Sorry that happened, or hope things are good. I didn't actually bottom deck this machine learning. It came around the first time, and I had to not play it because I had the Echo Form. We were playing the Spire Board game, Annabeth. And it's going fairly well, I would say. No, if you squint. We are going to dual cast this Lightning Orb, because why not? That does 4 damage. Oh no! I'm sorry Habu had that. That sucks. You never want that. And then I guess we just play Ball Lightning for an additional damage. And Chaos and just evoke it for 2 more. I just want to be done here. Are we done yet? Down to 8 health. It's going to depend what I draw here. Can't do anything more here. This draws at the end of the turn, which does do 2 damage, so we can take advantage of that. We also do 3 at the end of the turn with this. I mean, it's gotta die, right? Yeah, 1 Shiv does it. Yep, it's done. Okay. We don't need to deal with the intricacies of the rest of this here. It has 3 health, but a Shiv does 2 damage and applies poison. So we're good. Okay, let's get our decks cleared up. Those are bad draws. If I draw like that against an elite, it might go a little more poorly. Okay. Well, we saw what our defect can do, and it's not amazing, unfortunately. We have to get some of these crappier cards out of defect's deck. They're just not good draws, unfortunately. Dang, I thought he had a run going yesterday, so I'm sorry to hear that that died. All right, let's see here. Okay, everybody gets a gold, and Ironclad gets an extra. That's good. We're gonna need that gold soon. Okay. And then everyone just gets a card reward. No potions. I would have liked some, actually. Okay, those are not amazing. I mean, the Cloak and Dagger's good. It's just a better defend. I don't know. I'm scared to flood my deck with any more cards. I think we are going to take it, though. One, two... Ooh, the Rupture! Is the Rupture worth playing? I think the Shockwave is better, honestly. The Rupture is not really worth playing. I feel like it has to be better than that. Your health is like really important in this game. You only get 10 of them. Less in some cases. Claw's back. Fusion made it. Oh my gosh, we got Fusion. Okay. Powers are back online. We just need a way to get Dark Orbs regularly. And I think his deck is going to be really good. Okay. That's everything. We're immediately going to go into another fight. Hopefully this one's better. Does not look better. If I were to describe that in 2 words, it would not be better. That's for sure. On the plus side, we didn't get any of the bad ones. This is just a normal, not even an intention-based one. Okay, we take the 5. Start with 1 block. Sounds good to me. Okay. Let's see what's going to happen. You're dealing 3 damage. That's easy to track. 3, 4, 5 damage here. And 4 damage here. This deck a little bit struggles with AoE, so I'm a little worried. Because there's a lot of AoE in this fight. With these decks, I should say. Alright, we draw 8 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're going to immediately play Master of Strategy to draw 3 cards. 2, 3. Okay. We'll stop there for now. We'll come back when we have everyone else's turn situated. You should have 4 energy. We draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to get Dark Embrace in play for sure. How much are we taking? 4? We can block 4 pretty easily. Let's shrug it off to start with. Gets us up to 3 block. Oh, look, it's a Clash. This card is actually so bad. It's worse than this by a lot. And it's already not good. Okay, well, we'll stop there for now. 1, 2, that shouldn't be in there. 3, 4, 5. Wait, 5. All right, and then I need to get rid of this. I forgot this was in here. Oh, that hurts. We got to reshuffle because we looked. For a card that rhymes with bash, it is in fact quite trash. Dang. Had I not had to look through, I would have drawn a good card here for sure. Maybe? Oh, gosh. All right, we have to decide where this is going. I don't know if there's a good answer to that question. All right, where are we doing 1 damage? Who is the biggest threat? Ironclad full blocks. We don't have to worry about that. You are definitionally not full blocking here. Like, wow, are you not full blocking here? All right, I have an idea. Do 1 here. We're gonna get Machine Learning in play. That's pretty. Then we're gonna play Chaos, which makes a Dark Orb. Actually, that was not the right place to put that, my bad. It's gonna go here. Alright, you ready for this? We play Dual Cast for the Dark Orb. The Dark Orb does 3 damage plus each power, so it does 4. And it does it twice when we play Dual Cast. So then, 4/4. So they only take a max of damage from attacks. So if you use orbs, they just take full damage. Alright, and now Defect is taking 0. Doesn't solve all of our problems, but it's a start. Alright. We can, in fact, power through to give Silent 3 block, which would full block for Silent, and then Silent doesn't have to worry about dealing damage. Might be worth it. There is a chance with Acro that we draw our Concentrate, which would be really huge. I think that might be worth going for here. Yeah, we're going to do that. 1, 2, 3. That sucks. Okay. We can discard the Parasite, though, because no one cares about it. We're down to 2 energy. Yeah, we do need some energy in this deck for sure. We have to decide what we're doing with that 2 energy. We can't play in Venom now, sadly. We got a 3. Oh, it's a 5. Alright, we would play Riddle. I think the Riddle with Horals is probably worth it here, actually. That uses the rest of our energy, but then we can play Slice for 2. And we need to start killing these guys because they're going to get worrying. Actually, these guys might be worse because they're leaving in 2 turns, possibly with our money. So let's focus on them for a sec. All right. And Skewer can do 1 damage. I think we want to put that on the bird because it's not reduced in any way. And then we're going to defend power through. That blocks 4 here, and that blocks all of it for the Silent here. This is going to exhaust at the end of the turn. Unfortunately, the rest of this just goes bye-bye. Bye-bye. This exhausts at the end of the turn. We can play the Strike because we did have an energy left. I forgot to scry. Dang it. We are going to strike the bird. Okay, and that is our turn. These 2 discard. We did need to put one of these on top. Forgot. And we roll the die for next turn. Although, admittedly, we should have done all this first. So each of you are getting a strength. Silent full blocked, so we don't have to worry about calculating that. Okay, you are also gaining a strength. And you are dealing 2 damage. You are dealing 2 damage. We full blocked all that. But you are also gaining a block. There we go. Alright, we rolled a 1. Which kind of doesn't matter, except I guess it does. You're doing 4 now. Hopefully we just kill you. We're taking 6 up here now. That goes up quick. And you are doing 5 to us. Alright. Oh, end of turn, we did do 1 damage here. I will apply it right there. There we go. Alright, draw 6. That's a good draw. We're going to put that in play right away. Probably going to put that in play right away too, but we'll hold off on that. Just to make sure. Draw 5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's fun. Oh no. Okay, we'll come back to you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These aren't great either. Oh, we could have scryed. I would have scryed. I would have only discarded this. So that draws 1 more card. Still not amazing. Alright, we do have 3 energy here, which is okay, I guess. I think we're going to play Thinking Ahead. Oh, we would have played this first, actually. Oh, we had 4 energy, so we now have 3. We can then put... Hilariously, we can put Pain on top of our deck. And then since we exhausted this, we immediately draw it. Pain is really annoying here. I don't know of any way to get rid of it. I just think I can't play my strike. Oh no, I can. Because Pain and Regret are in my hand. I think that's what it means. If 2 or fewer cards in your hand. Yeah, so I can just play both these strikes. Unfortunately, I'm not blocking at all. I did redraw the Pain, though, which does 2 damage to any row. Honestly, these guys are worrying me a lot. And that does the most damage, so we're going to do that there. Look at my lovely 6. Omega. We kind of have to kill this guy this turn. He's doing 3. The Daze exhausts, but it draws me a card when it exhausts. Plus, I think, based on how I'm reading this, if both of these cards are in my hand, we're fine. You can do end of turn effects in any order. So I could technically check if there was 2 cards in my hand before I exhausted this in the first place, too. It's very generous. I'm pretty sure this only triggers if Pain is the only card left in your hand at the end of the turn. I think that's the only way it can trigger. So I think we're good. Just worded a little weirdly. Okay, we do have a lot of damage here. We're going to utilize that. Because we certainly sure as heck can't block here, can't we? All right, let's see what we have over here first. Oh, does it say 2 or fewer? Oh, it does. Yeah, you're right then. Yep. But yeah, end of turn can trigger in any order. So I can look at 3 cards in my hand before I exhaust this. Okay. We do not have any way of gathering energy. We have to decide what we want in our hand here. I think the loop is probably a good choice. It allows us to block really well. We don't want to block. We don't want to block at all. We killed a bird this turn. The loop is still a really good choice, though. Yeah, we're going to seek for the loop. It just deals the most damage out of anything here. I don't think we can play the fusion. Oh, I was supposed to draw 1 more card, actually. Okay. Because I have machine learning. You should not have any block here. Yeah, this bird's going to die no matter what. I don't have any energy in my deck. No recycle, no turbo. I don't see a reason to play this overclock. We already can play only the cards in my hand. Are we going to play for next turn? I think we are. So we're not even going to play heat sinks, unfortunately. That's 3 energy right there. Oh, that's not really good, is it? Hold on. No, we don't need that fusion. I'd rather make sure things die quicker. There are 0-cost cards in here, right? All right, let's go back to 0 here. Okay, we're gonna play heat sinks, then loop, because then that draws 2 cards. Okay. I think I checked on that. And we're gonna draw 2 here. Oh well. All right, we only get 1 play. I think we're gonna play Ball Lightning. Ball Lightning does 1 damage, which kills this bird, so we don't have to worry about that. And it adds a Lightning Orb here. Not amazing, but it's the damage we can do. I'm pretty sure with our shivs, we should have no problem killing something here. The problem is I can only block for 2. So 2 of these guys have to die, or I'm taking damage on silent. Well, let's see how much damage we have here. We'll save it for later here. 4. 4 damage at end of turn. Fun fact though, Orichalcum triggers at the same time this does, so we're getting 2 block here. So as long as this guy's dead, Ironclad will take 0 damage. We have to kill both of these though. That is a daunting task. Yeah. Let's start there. We'll get 2 block. And then we gotta play Blade Dance, which immediately does 2 damage. And I think we're gonna do that here to start with. Okay, and then we play both of these strikes. Each one does 2 damage, which brings this guy down to 1, which is perfect. And then 3 of these does 6 damage, which brings this guy down to 1. You might be wondering what I'm doing here. I have the 4 bonus damage here, so I'm not trying not to waste any. Okay. I don't think we can kill this guy, unfortunately. I could have used the flex pot. I don't know if it's worth it though. Like out of potions, it's not worth it. Okay. We're gonna use 2 more shivs here and do 4 damage. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Ironclad's gonna take 3 this turn, and I really don't think there's much I can do about it. All right. 2 of this damage is going here. The other 2 I'm going to just put on this guy immediately. And there's no other way I can do 2 damage, huh? I could have used the flex pot. I'm not going to. I'll take 3 instead. Okay. So full block on the top row. Does 2 damage. Unfortunately, you gain another strength. Okay, we didn't even attack this guy, so that goes away. Ironclad takes 5. At the end of the turn, we do gain a block, and then this exhausts, which draws a card and gets us another block. No way. No way. By drawing a card at the end of the turn, if I draw a curse, it deals 2 damage to a row. King. There was a block on this guy, but now it's gone. Toya, welcome in. Good morning. I am sure it is very early there. I hope you're doing well today, Toya. It's good to see you. We are playing the Slay the Spire board game. We just got really lucky. I was going to take 3 damage here, but I drew a curse, and I have a power that whenever I draw a curse, I deal 2 damage, and this guy had 2 health left. So now we're only taking 2 damage, which we are blocking. So that's all good. Okay. That will go away. This one will actually stay here. All right. And you move down 1 row here. Okay, so we have to kill this guy more next turn than anything else. We got 5, so everyone gets a block. That's fine. I don't think it really matters. This guy's doing 4 to us. And this guy's doing 3. I would like to kill both of them. Historical fiction about samurai in England. Ooh. It's very realistic. You know what? This place kind of sucks, actually. All right, I draw 6 cards, which is all of our cards left in here. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that fun? We can end up doing quite a bit of damage here. I'm going to start by concentrating this regret, which gives me 4 energy, which we don't even need, but I needed to discard a card so I can play Sneaky Strike for free. Actually, I'm not even sure we needed to do that. That's okay, though. We'll do 3 damage here. Okay, and then we will play neutralize on this guy because I don't like his face. And then we will play Cloak and Dagger and Defend for funsies, which blocks for 3. Oh, I guess we don't need to kill this guy. We actually don't need to kill this one. He's only attacking for 3. We're blocking for 3. So maybe we should focus on that. See you later, Twinkle. Thanks for hanging out. I know, right? Japan's like, have you guys ever heard of clean drinking water? What's the word I'm thinking of? It starts with a C, the disease that's caused from poop in the drinking water. It's like breaking down, your body breaking down. That one also, but there was a different one I'm thinking of. Chloria. That one is correct as well, but it's like, it's an older name. That's just the bacteria, right, that causes it. Not chlamydia, no. Chlamydia is a newer name. It sounds like very raw. It's like, let's see here. I'm just gonna look old diseases. No. They don't call it this anymore. It sounds really cool. Yeah, consumption. That's it. It's called tuberculosis. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, consumption. It sounds like so like crazy. It's like you are being consumed. But yeah, that's just tuberculosis. I forgot what it was. The modern name was. 4, 5. Well, dang. I'm just gonna bash Wild Strike this guy. And there's nothing he can do about it. One, 2, 6. And then we can just strike him. Dead. Alright. And then we can almost certainly kill this guy. That's enough damage right there, yeah. Okay, so they're all dead. I think that one came from Poppy Bathwater. I'm going off of a YouTube video I saw a while ago. It could just be wrong. But consumption was like happened a lot where like dirty water existed. But I could be wrong about that. It might just be both. Maybe I am thinking of like the other one. No, I think I am thinking of cholera. I think you're right. My bad. I think cholera is the correct one there. A lot of diseases, apparently. Who could have thought so? Alright, that fight went very smoothly. I don't think we took any damage. Ironclad would heal if he could. No, we're good there. Alright, let's see here. We gain 2 on silent and 1 on defect in terms of monies, which is very important because we're going to a shop on the next floor. We get 1 potion, which is a fire pot, which is unfortunately the worst potion, but it does have its uses. And then everyone gets a card reward. I don't know if it's the worst one. It's pretty close to it though. Explosive might be worse. The damage is just so low. They're useful in the early acts, but not very much later. That is a very good piercing wail. It's also a good escape plan. I'm gonna take the piercing wail though. Oh, there it is. We're taking the Burning Pact. Our exhaust engine is coming alive. Okay, that's not a hard choice. Capacitor is the best defect power in the game, perhaps? It's very close, but I think it is about Capacitor. We probably want to upgrade that as soon as we can, too. Anyways, this was book 9 in the series. Bro's old rival chases him halfway around the world for revenge, only to catch the plague and drown himself. Oh, I mean that is a proper tragedy there. Kind of like that, you know. This is what happens when you go for the revenge. All right, we're on to shop here. Anything good here? Whetstone is not great. Serpent's Hand is pretty good if we want to shop next time. It will almost certainly pay for itself. Although, maybe it won't. We tend to avoid events in Act 3. Just everything else is better. I like Necronomicon, but it's just too expensive for what it does. So since we're not buying any relics here, we have a lot of money to work with. So let's see what our colorless cards are first. God, I wish Apotheosis was good. Okay. It's so bad in this. I know they had to change it, but that in particular is... Oh boy. Mayhem is okay. Mayhem on our Ironclad is legitimately probably pretty good. I don't know if it's worth 6 gold good, though. Alright, let's see what we get for our... these guys. We're probably buying that Acro. We might also buy that Havoc. Ooh, Second Wind is here. Okay. Hey, Double Energy's back. Turbo is what we're buying, though. Turbo costs 2. We're definitely doing that. This deck really needs a turbo really badly. Double Energy is arguably also good. It's not nearly as good in this game, though, because your max energy is 6. So we are probably going to avoid it here. In fact, I think I'm going to definitely remove a card, so I'm going to start with that and just get rid of these. Bad strike. Very bad strike. Worthless strike. Get out of my deck. We also definitely need to remove from... Unfortunately, she has a Parasite. Strikes are worse than Parasite, I think. We might not remove from Ironclad. There are reasons to keep all of the cards that Ironclad has. Okay, we are definitely buying the Acro. Really important here. We also really need an energy card in Silence deck. The wonderful British public. Are they wrong? In this case, yes, they almost certainly are. I kind of want to buy the Havoc and the Second Wind. Well, yes. What time is it? 5 o'clock. I should probably check what time my thingy is here. Good. Alright, I don't know if I want to buy the Second Wind or Iron Wave or anything. Havoc is not great when it costs 1, unfortunately. It's okay. I do have some setup for it, though. You know what? I am going to buy the Havoc. I don't think I'm going to buy the Second Wind. It's expensive, and I really don't know if it's worth it. Okay, hold on. It might be worth it. Look, there's a lot of thinking going on in my brain right now. I think it's worth it. We probably won't play it right away, is the only thing. But that's okay. It's a really good way to get a lot of block very quickly. And we're putting that away. We're not taking that. I don't think I'm taking either of these. Infinite Blades is arguable, but it's just so slow. We already get so many shivs. Yeah, it's just too slow. All right, and then we have to decide on these. Mayhem, I could take. I'm probably buying all of these potions, by the way. Like, heal 2 is just a really good potion for 3 gold. I would pay 3 gold to heal 2 most of the time. And that energy potion would look really sexy over there. Yeah. I think I'm just buying all of these potions. Maybe I should do that first. That comes out to 8 total cost. Good pile. All right, and we have 7 total money left. Let's put these where I think they'll be appropriate. Here, here, and honestly, I think liquid memory should also go here. Okay. I could also play 4 to remove a card here. The thing is, our defense are not that bad, and our strikes are not that bad. So I don't really want to remove anything. Our curses are also pretty decent. You know what? We're gonna not remove anything. So we have 6 coins we could spend. 7 coins. So we can buy this mayhem. Weirdly, I think mayhem's actually better on defect. I don't think there's any cards here I wouldn't want to play. It's kind of hard to get into play to begin with. I'm going to put it in defect. I've never done it with defect. I think it's actually really good. All right, that cost 6. And we are out of money. We have 1 left. 1 monies. Basic premise of this series, the protag's dad is a ship pilot. They set sail to Japan, get shipwrecked, crew gets killed by ninjas with protag as sole survivor. Adopted by a local samurai dude, becomes a samurai. Japan has a civil war. They have a bunch of those, don't they? Protag goes on a 5-book walk to Nagasaki and then sails back to England with his GF and Short King. Then they go back to Japan. That's very funny. Kind of like it, actually. All right. We didn't end up buying any relics. I'm noticing the more and more I play the board game here, the relics are not nearly as good as they are in the main game, I guess you'd say. All right. Oh, we have no money. Money is not that big of a deal, though. Most of these... I have some pretty crappy relics on everybody, don't I? No, actually, these are all pretty good relics. I would probably trade Strike Dummy. I don't ever want to use that. That's pretty good, actually. Yeah. That's a good one. That's a really good one. Okay. I can remove a rare or uncommon card. I don't think that's going to be relevant a lot of the time. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Give me that back. Get out of here, Clash. I forgot you existed. Okay, now I get both. I have to choose one of these. Instead of trading Strike Dummy, I traded Happy Flower. Eight books in Japan trying to go back to England to survive Japan. It's better anyways. The author was autistic about sword fighting. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me very much. I could trade the FTL to get a relic. I feel like this FTL isn't doing that much. I feel like most relics I could pull out would be doing better than this FTL. It kind of, I mean, it's like a free 1 damage, but like most relics are better than a free 1 damage sometimes. So yeah, we're gonna remove that FTL and hopefully draw a better relic than 1 damage. That is not where I wanted that. I mean, it's not that bad. We have curses. We're gonna draw curses. Arguably, we can sometimes get 2. I would have liked that a lot better on Ironclad or Silence, but you know, sometimes that does damage. I just removed the 1 0 cost attack in my deck. Okay. And I don't think Silence gonna do this. I really don't think there's any uncommon or rare card I'm willing to get rid of here. I kind of need the Riddle with Hills. Yeah. And then I would get rid of one of these relics. Weirdly, Incense Burner is the worst of these. It's just too rare. You know what? I'm going to do it. It's fun to Gamba. Bye, Incense Burner. Give me a good one. Hey, that's a really good one. That's just free card draw. The only decent people they find in England are some guy named Percival and his wife, an Italian fencer, and the pro tag's X. Wow! They just found that by chance? Okay, everyone actually did it, which is kind of crazy. Protag Sister's cool. Good to see it. Alright, everybody gets an upgrade, which is very important. Everyone needs an upgrade. Everyone needs 6 upgrades. We're going to figure out which one's the best here. That's a card draw upgrade. We're not taking that one, actually. Dang, I would upgrade every single one of these cards. I guess that's obvious. Yeah, I mean, it's actually not that hard to choose here. We really need to get this into play quicker, and that's how we do that. Yeah, I don't think anyone is surprised to hear that the 17th century is a little messed up. I'm going to upgrade this because it's important to get into play. Maybe, actually. Hold on. I need some value upgrades, not just energy ones. I could upgrade any of these and feel pretty happy about it. I have to figure out exactly what Shockwave does when upgraded, because I forgot. I don't think it adds another vulnerable, which makes it, like, less appealing. Yeah, it's just another weak, which, while good, I think we need to get this barricade upgrade going. No way. And yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Oh gosh, this is the hardest choice by far, is deciding what to upgrade here. I could upgrade all of these cards and feel very happy about it. Okay. We're not going to take that. That's just an energy upgrade, which we would take the Mayhem over that, I think. I don't know. The Turbo is arguably a really good upgrade too. I'm going to look at what the Mayhem upgrades to. I think it's just 1 cost. I mean, I think it has to be. I'm trying to even think what else it could be. Yeah, 1 cost. I think the Seek is the better upgrade than anything else. It's really valuable. But man, do I want upgrades in this deck so badly. Okay. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. All right, we are on to Elite Fight. Let's see what we end up with. A Book of Stabbing. This guy's really dangerous. I don't think I've done a good job of upgrading my damage. I don't know if we have a good way to kill this guy. Oh, let's find out. 2. We could make it a 3. 2 gets a lot of energy here, though, so I'm pretty happy about that. Okay, we're going to start by scrying. We are going to stay on 2. 1, 2, 3. We can get rid of that. All right, and then we can draw 4, 5. Well, those aren't block cards. How much is he doing? 3 damage to everybody. Those sure ain't block cards. We draw 8 cards here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to acro. 1, 2, 3. But did we draw a curse over here? We did not. We have to discard a card. Which card am I not playing this turn? Oh, it's a Parasite. Okay, we're going to play Sneaky Strike immediately. We might, yeah, let's do it. It's free, and it does 2 damage. Does it really only do 2? Okay, it is 3. Sequel, the same British woman's book about the early 2000s California cheerleaders, in which Max does not believe that taking estrogen will actually grow boobs. She's totally gonna grow boobs. Interesting. Just taking estrogen for fun, or like, how did that happen? All right, we are gonna backflip, which blocks and draws 2 cards. Gonna master a strategy to draw 3. Okay, seems like a well-placed Piercing Whale. Gains a block and weakens. Double weakens, which is really good, right? No, it only single weakens. Gotcha, gotcha. Right, we want well-laid plans because we want to grab some of these for next turn. Unfortunately, we can't play anything else. And then we will play Skewer, we will play, or this will get exhausted at the end of the turn. Skewer does 1 damage. Okay, we get to hold on to 2 cards. I think it's going to be these 2. Rest get exhausted. We haven't even done anyone else's turn yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is a good Burning Pact. I like that Burning Pact. Gonna exhaust the strike to draw 2 cards. Okay, I like that for the most part. Oh, I should have put Feel No Pain in play first. Excuse me. All right, so that would have gained a block when I exhausted the strike. When I exhaust the Shockwave, gains me another block, and it provides a weak and a vulnerable. That's good. And we're already full blocking. So realistically, I think we just play the Wild Strike. I don't think we're going to do better than 6. Unfortunately, this goes on top, but 6 damage is 6 damage. Should be there. Okay. Oh no, it should have been there. My bad. Alright, these are both going to go to the discard pile. Alright, this one's a little weirder. With a 2, I can only get a Lightning Orb out of this, unfortunately. We are going to start with Overclock, though. Just going to draw 2 cards. Those were not the ones I expected to draw. Okay. Let's grab all of these statuses and put them in our discard pile. Okay, we had 3 energy, and we gained 2 more, so we're at 5. This is free. We're gonna take 2 damage? Wait, why do we have a block? There is 0 reason why we should have a block this turn. I can play all of this. Yeah, we're just gonna play all of it. So next turn gets better at least. Shame about taking 2 this turn. I really don't think I can avoid it in any way. Alright. 1 damage. I could liquid memories. Even then, though, there's nothing I could liquid memories. Okay. That's everyone's turn, isn't it? All right, everybody takes 2. Block 2. Block 2. Take 2. Oh, end of turn, right. 3, 4, 5. 5 damage. Gotta get started. We really want to kill this guy in like 3 turns. Okay. Roll die. 4. I could make that a 5. Arguably, that would be a good idea. However, I do get energy here. Do I need the energy? I'm gonna make it a 5. That way everybody gets 1 block this turn, which is half of the total block they need, so that seems worth it. All right, Silent draws 6. There we go. That's pretty. Get accuracy in play. Acro. We're at 3 energy, yeah. 1, 2, 3. That's what we wanted to see. We can discard this defend. We can play the Envenom for 2 energy. Oh, we're at 0 now, actually, because we played Acro. Yeah, okay. But we have a Concentrate. That's what this is here for. How many cards do we want to play? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so yeah, we can just discard all 3 of these and play all this. Puts me up to 5. Good, and then I can play the Slice. The Slice does 2 damage and applies a poison. Good. And then I think we just play all these. I really don't think there's a better time. Yeah, we have everything online. So that's 10 damage and 5 poison. So we're up to 6 now. Oh, we haven't even done this turn yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not really the things I was hoping for, huh? Well, we're going to start with Fire Breathing. That costs 1 energy. We're going to play Havoc, which is going to play... It would exhaust it, if it could. But we got Barricade in place instead. Uh-huh. And then we can just bash. I guess so. Bash does 2 damage and puts a vulnerable token on it. All right, let's draw over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are not the best ones, are they? We're definitely playing Cool-Headed Machine Learning, which puts us down to 1 energy left. And I guess we play the Defend. Doesn't help, actually, but makes me feel better. Oh, we had an extra energy. It didn't matter. All right, Cool-Headed puts an orb up here, which means at the end of the turn we do gain 1 more here, but that really doesn't do much. We'll do some damage at the end of the turn, though, which is nice. At the end of turn, this exhausts, which gains us another block, which is good. End of turn. Did we really not play a block card? I thought we did. Yeah, we played Cloak and Dagger and Riddle with Holes. So we did gain another block. Okay, I forgot about that. All right, indeed. So this gets used up, no longer weak. Gains another strength. We do 2 damage everywhere. Okay, end of turn damage here is 3, 4, 5. Plus 6 is 11. Okay, down to 64 health. Not amazing, honestly. We can get a good roll here. I'm going to reroll that. Oh, we can make it a 1, but that doesn't do anything. Yeah. Reroll. All right, we'll stick with 5. Gives us everyone a block again. Right now, everyone is taking 5 damage, which we would like to prevent. We'd also like to kill it, though. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have to discard 1 card. It's probably going to just be the defend, because we already have one of those. I'm immediately going to play the neutralize for... Oh, I can't yet. Hold on. We're going to acro first. 1, 2, 3. Wow, that is very normal draws. All right, unfortunately, we only have 2 energy now. I forget how fast energy goes in this. I could draw 4 cards. I'm not sure there's 4 cards I want to draw in here. Kind of a good point. Okay. Let's draw here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my gosh, this is Dark Embrace. I love this game. We had 5, so we have 4 energy. We now have 3 energy because I played the Dark Embrace. I did draw the Ascender's Bane, which does do 2 damage upon being drawn. We are going to play Thinking Ahead, which is very weird in this deck, but it does, in fact, draw 1, 2 cards. I really don't like how this works. So it draws 2 cards, then we put 1 on top of the draw pile, then it exhausts, and then it draws another card. It's, So basically it just draws 2 cards, which I don't hate, but it is weird. We're probably going to need this. So we will hold off here. And come over here. We draw 6 cards here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We do have 4 energy here. That does allow us to play the Echo Forum. Do we care to play the Echo Forum? I think we do. I think it's relevant. Okay, that costs 3 of our energy. And then we almost certainly are just going to play the Leap for 2 block. We are taking 5 from everyone. We're kind of not really doing damage right now. We only have 2 energy left. I can play Survivor Cloak and Dagger. I'd really like to play these 2. Yeah, I think we're going to play this over here. Gain 3 block over here. Then we can play Cloak and Dagger Blade Dance for 3 shivs. 1 shiv does 4 damage because of this. Can't really do better than that. Oh wait, I could do better than that. Hold on. Get that back there. We have 3 shivs now, and that much block. 5 block. I only have 2 left, but I think that's okay. We can Sever Soul. which will block for 2, and then this exhausts at the end of the turn. Yeah, okay. So that does 8 then. That was a bad way of doing that, but it happened. All right, we're going to exhaust you and you, which gains us 2 and draws 2 cards. Unfortunately, we're out of energy. So, despite having that there, we can't actually play it, which is unfortunate. At the end of the turn, though, this exhausts, which gives me 1 more block, which is all that we need. Okay, we can definitely block this turn. I played Leap for 2, so we're done here. This exhausts. I can trigger the end of turn attack 3 times for this, which brings me up to 6 block, and then we do 3 damage at the end of the turn. Less than normal, but it's something. Okay, now that everyone's full blocking, we can play all these. Neutralize is going to weaken it. Oh, it's only doing 4 now. I mean, we might as well do that. Okay, Neutralize weakens it. We play all 3 of these shivs for 6 points of damage and 3 more. So that's up to 10 poison. And 6 points of damage. Okay, and we can keep any number of cards in our hand. Well, we can keep these 2. That's fine. All right, end of turn, you take 10 damage from poison. We're almost certainly going to be able to kill this turn, I really hope. Because otherwise, this is going to hurt. Everyone takes 4, which everyone full blocked. Oh, we had 5 there, so we actually get to keep 1. I forgot about our barricade. This should be on the top of the deck, by the way, because I played a power through. Oh, it should have been drawn, actually. I'm just going to put it on top of the deck now. It's confusing otherwise. No, Ascender's Bane would have drawn it, which then would have done 2 damage as well. Gotta be more careful with that. And you full block here. Okay, this turn is bad. We would like it to die very badly this turn, because it is currently doing 8 damage to everybody. And we're not going to roll a 5 again. We actually could make that a 5. I actually prefer it at a 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Discard that. Play Sneaky Strike immediately for free and for 3. And since it's an attack, it adds a bit of poison. We're at 11 poison. I'm thinking pretty clearly here that this riddle with holes is going to be worth it. That gives us 4 of these. And then we play Slice for 2, which adds a poison as well. Then we can play our Cloak and Dagger, which gives us a block. This does 10 damage and adds 5 poison. And then Skewer does 11 damage and adds 6 poison. Are we good? 16. Yep, it's dead. All right, good deal. We won. At the end of the turn, it'll take 16 damage, and it has only 16 hit points. So we got it. Okay, that was a pretty good showing. We did end up taking a little damage on Defect, but not that much. For an elite fight in Act 2, that is really good for our first one. We might have gotten the one we're good at, though, because all the other elite fights are AoE based, and our deck actually has no AoE. We didn't even use our extra draw on our Silent. We gotta remember we have that, because it is really powerful. It's more powerful on Ironclad, but it is still very powerful there. Did we even draw a curse? We might have and forgot about it. All right, everybody gets 2 gold. That is a wonderful thing that just happened there. All right, get that back over there. Everyone gets a relic. Now, we might want to start considering one of our keys here. For one of the keys, we have to all pass a relic at an elite or a chest. And if we get really bad relics, even this early, it might be worth passing on them. Okay, that's a really good relic. That one's not very good, though. That's an amazing relic. That's like the best relic. Okay. Unfortunately, Pillow is nearly worthless. Unfortunately. I think Pocket Watch might actually be better on Ironclad. I really don't think we're going to be resting. I'm wondering if it's worth giving up this Pocket Watch for the key. Wing Boots is really strong. Okay. We can use it immediately, in fact. We're not going to, though, because the next 2 floors are the best ones. Okay, we are going to keep this. I think it's worth it. I'm going to put the Regal Pillow on Defect. I think Defect is the only one who might rest. And then Ironclad's going to get the Pocket Watch. All right, upgraded card rewards. Flechettes is extremely strong here. For 1, we can sometimes apply upwards of like 10 poison because our hands get really big and they can have a lot of skills in them. And if we've got our thing on, that's really good. Okay. We got an Envenom on. Okay. Whirlwind is in fact AoE. There is an argument to be made that AoE equal good. It would be a lot better if we had some strength, though, which is the other thing we're looking at here. I think we are going to take the Whirlwind. Just having an AoE card is kind of something we need right now. Oh, that's my deck. 1. It keeps giving me double energy. Okay, a free upgraded double energy is actually very good by comparison. I was not willing to take it before because it wasn't upgraded, but now that it's upgraded, that's a lot better. Okay, we definitely got stronger that floor. Speaking of which, we are going to do upgrades now. All right, we have to figure out which upgrades are going to be the best here. That one's pretty good. That one's also really good. And that one only works once, though. I gotta remember that. So, honestly, the Acro is probably a better upgrade. I don't hate the Piercing Well upgrade, too. I think we are going to take the Acro upgrade. Just more draw is good. Especially with how this deck is building right now. We need some energy, too, but lacking that, we do have that, so... That is not what I meant to do. This is hilarious. Okay. Let's try and not do it like that, huh? Stop it. How do you unspread? Okay, well, we're gonna upgrade. I really don't know how to fix this, so we're just gonna do it this way. How did you even get here? Whatever. We didn't even get Mayhem in play. Kind of funny, actually. Try this again without spreading it, please. All right, now then, search. This is a good upgrade. Thinking Ahead just draws one. Seeing Red is an energy upgrade. That might really be good. Now that we're going to start drawing more cards. I think the Havoc upgrade is a better energy upgrade, though. Yeah, we're going to take the Havoc upgrade. Okay. And finally, there are so many good upgrades here. We have to decide. I'm almost certain it's the Capacitor, but it might also be the Mayhem. Or the Fusion. You know what? I think it's the Fusion. We have to get these cards in play. And their cost is preventing that a lot. Okay. Alright. And then finally, it is time. Remove enemies. And then we gotta shuffle 2 burns into each of our decks. Because we are fighting a Super Elite. And that's how you do Super Elites in this. Okay, and now we see what we get. It is... This is the one I prefer. So that's a good start. We don't have much AoE, so the AoE we do have, we want to make sure is enough. Alright. We did get a 3, which is actually really good. We're going to stick with that, I think. Yeah. I think we're sticking with that. You are... So you're doing 3 to everybody. So this is 6. This is... Oh. I missed this AoE here. This is... 3, 4, 5. And this is just 3. Okay. I mean, that is a thing. All right, over here we draw 8 cards. We only have 3 energy, though. I think we will still aggro. Find it hard to discard that defend right now. I'm gonna discard the regret. Oh wait, we could have drawn first. That's fine. Okay, that makes things a little easier, I think. All right, we are gonna neutralize you because that immediately removes 1 damage from all of them, which is a really good start, methinks. Erase it. I don't know why I'm having fun with this. Okay. And then this does... Oh my gosh, this math is so annoying. 2, 3, 4. Alright, we're gonna kill most of these gremlins, hopefully, so it won't be too much of a problem. But, let's start there, and then we'll work out from there. We only have 2. I'm not really seeing a good point to, playing the riddle here. My shivs are not very good yet. I want to draw to what things that make them good. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, we did a 3. So we're actually at 5 energy and 8 cards. Okay. I mean, it's a thing. This is dealing 1 damage to me this turn, too. I am going to get Fire Breathing and Barricade in play. That seems worth it for that. Likely we are just playing that Whirlwind to kill something. We shouldn't have any block here. I don't know where it would have come from. Yeah. It's a little unfortunate. We'll have to pay attention to what we have left here. We really did not get any way of doing things. I get 1 block at the end of my turn no matter what, so that's good at least if I don't play this defend. So this defend is actually worthless here. Okay. Let's figure out what we're doing over here first. So we're going to scry 3 to begin with. So we draw 3 cards. I'm not sure I want to get rid of any of those. I guess we're going to get rid of the dual cast. And draw 3 more. That's a good turbo to draw, man. Okay. So we're going to seek for... Definitely for turbo. Where are you, turbo? Or actually, we could seek for double energy. Oh, that's much better. Forgot we had that. Honestly, and Sunder? We won't even use it if we use Sunder. Maybe heat sinks. Actually, yeah, heat sinks. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to double energy first. That brings my energy. It was at 3. It's now at 6. Then we're going to play heat sinks. Costs 1. Capacitor. Costs 1. Draws 2. Well, that wasn't the cards I wanted to draw at all. Well, we did draw them. Echo Form. Arguably, maybe we shouldn't have played the Echo Form. There's a chance we draw Turbo. Still chance. Oh god, that's really bad. Okay. There are 3 cards in this hand that I want to play and can't. All right, well, ow. As a noun? Ow. Okay. We could use Piercing Wail here, and then Defect is only taking the 2 damage, which, mind you, is not great still, but it's not that much. I do have an energy pot. I think if I was ever going to use this energy pot, it's right now. We're going to play Machine Learning first, though. Oh my gosh, look at that. Skilled. Okay, Chaos gets into play. We get a Frost Orb. Beautiful. We did not get the Mayhem into play, unfortunately. But we are, in fact, going to play the Leap, almost certainly. Yeah. I don't think I'm switching rows, though. Well, actually, we are getting 3 block. Hold on. We're getting 1 block at the end of the turn. This guy is going to die. I'm going to kill it. I don't care how. I'm going to do it. Wow, this is a weird hand. I just don't have very much damage, and I need to do some damage this turn. For sure. Jeez, there's only... Wait, where's the turbo? Oh my gosh, I never put the turbo back in my deck. Oh my gosh. I don't know what to do about that. Also, this should be in my deck too, so let's fix that. I guess we'll just have to assume they would have ended up there. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay. I was like, why is there no turbo in here? I'm fishing for it. Okay. We are going to play the Leap. I think it's worth doing. Oh, we do have an extra damage in our hand. Yeah, so we kind of have to. In fact, we might want to move. I can swap rows here. And then we're only taking... It's actually... Yeah, it's 3. Yeah, we're swapping. Ironclad, you can take a hit. Alright, we'll leave this here for now, I guess. We did draw a curse, but we're not going to use it, so we'll just leave it be. Would have been nice to draw even the Sunder. I guess we get it next turn, which is nice. Yeah, I mean, clips don't get very many views unless you actually, like, promote them somewhere is the thing. Like, very few people actively seek out clips. Okay, I think we really want to play this well-laid plans. I think it's pretty important. Which leaves us with only 1 energy. Which is kind of a problem. So we are going to Piercing Wail with that energy, which gets us 1 block. And it's going to put a weakened on you and you. I found out that this row is the one with the Gremlin leader, so these don't actually count as Gremlin leader rows. Okay. Okay, let's recalculate here. Oh, before I recalculate, actually, I'm going to play you and you for 0, which does 1 damage each, which kills this guy, which is pretty important, I think. All right. Now then. You're doing 2. You're not doing any now. So then there's 3 here. You're doing 2. You're doing none. So there's 2 here. And you're 2 as well. Silent's still taking 1. Silent's still taking 2. There's not really much I can do about it. I think we're just living with that. We have the potion. I have damage here, but I feel like I just can't utilize it very well. Ironclad's taking 1. It would be good to get these guys very low for next turn. Oh, it just kills them, actually. That might be better. Or I can do 4. Or I can do 4 to 4 people. That seems like a no-brainer. Okay. Oh, Ironclad's taking 3. Ouch. Oh, it's 3. Okay, so we're taking 2 damage at the end of the turn. Yeah, we're playing Whirlwind. 1 damage. Yeah, this is a very unfortunate thing. We do have a fire potion. We might be able to use that to make Silent take 1 less. Yeah, because we do have this. It seems kind of worth it. Yeah, I'm going to do that. That used up my lightning orb. Okay, and then we Whirlwind down here. This kills both of these guys and does 4 damage here. Which I think is only the second instance of damage I've done to this guy. Which is terrifying. Want to see it? I mean, I'm sure it's good. People do make a bunch of clips, but, like, the problem is, like, Twitch doesn't show them to anybody. Alright. So, Silent is taking 2. Ironclad is taking 3. So we gain 1 block at the end of the turn. Boom. And then we take 2. Silent is taking 2, so it ends up taking 1. We need to start doing damage to this guy. At the end of the turn, you gain a block. So when this goes out, we lose that block. And then you take 2. That's fine. That goes away. Okay. Yeah. That's all dealt with. This stays in my hand. And then we can keep up to 2 cards. I think we're keeping these 2. Okay. Next turn. This attacks for 0. This one attacks for 0. This one attacks for 2. We already marked all the damage. Everybody gains 1 block that's alive and 1 strength. Cool. And then we roll the die. I'm going to make that a 2. Because it's better than what we have. Okay. What is this? Oh yeah, I already used that. Okay, with a 2, we do gain 5 energy on this turn for Silent, which hopefully I get to use. I think that's all it does, though? Yeah, unfortunately, that's all it does. Right. So we start by drawing 6. Okay, I don't hate that. We're going to play the Acro first. Which draws 1, 2, 3. Hey, we can discard that card. Good. Okay, and then we're going to put the Envenom in play, which does cost a little bit of energy, unfortunately. We should also probably figure out how much damage we're taking. Mal! Are the Sires being slayed? I'm currently being slayed, but I am in a very difficult fight. So we're going to have to see. Alright. This guy is doing 6 to everybody, this guy is doing 2 to everybody, and this guy's doing 2 to Ironclad specifically. Which is dangerous, but we should be able to kill both of these guys, I hope. Alright, we're going to get this in play as well. That one's free at least. I can play Sneaky Strike for 3. For free, basically. But then I won't have a lot to concentrate. I'm kind of worried about that. Straight up right now, I have no way to defend a Silent. Like, if I play these 3 cards, I'm still taking, like, a ton of damage. We'll come back here when we're more sure what we're doing. Alright. We're at 4 energy here. We can draw 5 cards. Okay, we drew 2 curses, which means we do 4 damage. That just straight up kills this guy, which I like. And then it doesn't quite kill this guy. He should have 2 health left. I fear reading will win. I fear that might be the case as well. Seems like a likely outcome, unfortunately. Or maybe fortunately. Looking at the remaining cards in my hand, I think playing Dark Embrace Second Wind might be the way to go here. Because then that exhausts you, you, and you, and then draws 3 cards. And look, it even blocks for 3. What a nice guy. And we do another curse, which is another 2 damage. Yeah, I'm just going to kill this guy with that. Would you cosplay as Haley? I've cosplayed as Leah before. I don't know if I could pull off a Haley. I'd probably be down to do it, but, like, I don't really have a good reason to. Like, I'm not opposed to cosplaying as Haley. That's 2 then. What else are you asking? We're getting like a Haley thing? Habu would? I'm sure Habu would. Habu already cosplayed as, was it Mariah Nikki? Is that the right word? Whoever the, idol is. Alright, anyways, we gotta draw here. We draw 6 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We did, in fact, gain a strength this turn for Duvidal. I'm not really sure it's worth it. I guess we'll find out. We didn't draw any cards. I can double play a card. I'm going to start by playing Loop, though. Because that's going to draw me 2 cards. Ooh, these are not the good ones, man. Yeah, for sure, Mel. That would actually be perfect. Both redheads. Both dateable redheads. I have my Concerned Ape jacket. I'm planning a stream with it soon. Normal stream's just everyone's Haley. We just have like a Haley day. I love that actually. Oh, I do have one more energy here. Here's the thing. I can like double play Turbo, but I'm not going to do anything with the energy, so I'm not sure why I would. I can double play Sunder, but it doesn't kill. I can double play Cool Headed. I might need to if I want to block this turn. How much damage are we taking? I can just write this down now. Everybody is taking 6 damage. Right now we are blocking for 0. I think double playing Cool Headed is probably the right call here. And then I think we just Ball Lightning twice. We can Turbo, which unfortunately puts one of these in there. Seems kind of worth it though. Gives us 2 more energy. We could play Sunder, but we're not going to. I think it's just Ball Lightning. Ball Lightning. Ball Lightning does 4 damage, or 2 Ball Lightnings do 4 damage. Oh, 1 less. You did have a block. And we get another Lightning Orb. Lightning. I'm going to replace this with another Lightning Orb. I think that's worth it. Okay, which immediately gives a block. And then we're going to play a Defend for a block. We're taking 6, right? Yeah. So we're going to have to use our loop on the block orb, which will give us 4, which will give us 6. Perfect. At the end of the turn, this is going to go away. You thought it was memeing? Why would I meme? Who memes about things like that? Okay. I did actually get the jacket, yeah. This is a bit more of a problem. I have no way of blocking here. We blocked as much as we could already. I would love to play that riddle. I don't think we can. How much energy do we need? I want to play these cards. We would need 4, 5, 6 energy for that. We can only get 3. If I get rid of these, that gets us up to 4 and lets us play all of them. Yeah, okay. Worth it. Okay, defend, Cloak and Dagger. Gives us 3 block. Blade Dance. We're up to 3 here. Okay, immediately worth playing these. They are immediately good. That does 6 damage and applies 3 poison. I'm not serious, Mel. No, but I definitely wasn't memeing. I did buy it. I'm planning on doing a cosplay with it. I have to get some things situated, though. I'm not sure what I want to do here, either. I can't play all 3 of these, because the pain will hurt me. That doesn't seem worth it. I can really only play 1 of these. These do 2 damage. This one does 3, but it puts a thing on top of my deck, which I might not want. I think I'm just going to do 2. And that's gonna hurt, actually. I knew we'd be hurt today, but I didn't know we'd be hurt that much. Alright, end of turn, 3 damage from poison. End of turn effects over here. We're gonna gain 4 block, which gets us up to 6. And then we're gonna do 3 damage here. Okay, and then you're gonna do 6 to everybody. Gosh, where's my weak potion when I need it? I don't have any way of stopping that, yeah. Alright, you block 6, which is great. You block 3, and then take 3. You block 3, and then take 3. Ouch. All right. On the plus side, no damage will be dealt onto us this turn. Hopefully we can kill it. If not, we should be able to kill it next turn, probably. All right, 5. That is not the one I care about, so we're going to reroll. 2. Acceptable. All right. Silent gets extra 2 energy. Then we're going to draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards. That is not really the ones we wanted, huh? I guess we're going to play backflip first. Gain a block, draw 2. Master a strategy. I was wondering where my draw cards were. 1, 2, 3. Okay. We are going to put tools in play here. We did not draw any more draw cards, unfortunately. I guess we play flechettes. Flechettes does 1, 2, 3, 4 damage. And applies 4 poison. Okay. I think it's then better to play Skewer. No, Cloak and Dagger does the same thing as Skewer. So we play Cloak and Dagger first. Immediately play the Shiv for 2 damage. And a poison. And then we Skewer for 1, which does 2 damage. This is going to exhaust, by the way. And applies 2 more poison, which gets us up to 10. Okay. With a 2, we just draw the 5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to start with Seeing Red. Just going to bring us up to 5 energy and draw a card. Oh my gosh, where is it? Okay, we're going to play Shockwave for 2 energy, which applies a weak and a vulnerable. And perhaps even more importantly, draws a card. Hey, there's a Feel No Pain. Good stuff. We got to play Power Through on ourselves, so we don't take damage here. Oh, no, we don't. Hold on. I think the strikes are just better here. We do not need to play Power Through on ourselves, because at the end of our turn, we will gain a block due to Orichalcum. We'll wait on that then. All right, draw 5 here. Three, 4, 5. 6. We get to draw 6. Thank goodness. What number are we at? 2? We can make more lightning orbs. I don't know if that's really worth it here. I can overclock? I'm going to overclock twice. Draws 4 cards. Okay. We do have 4 energy. We haven't spent any of it yet. We can draw 2 more cards here. And deal 1 damage. Oh. I don't know where else we're going to use it. I'll just do 2. We really need a Dark Orb in this deck. We got to start searching for it, like, actively. Mayhem is worth getting into play here. Somehow we're down to 1 energy already. I guess we can Lightning Orb. Get rid of this guy to gain a block. Whoops. Okay, now we got 4 Lightning Orbs in play. I mean, arguably, We can just zap for 2 more damage. I guess that's our play. That was not the damage I wanted to do this turn. But both of these exhaust. Everything else goes to the discard pile. We can just strike for 4 damage here. Oh, I guess we would have just used it on that, the vulnerable. So then it would have done 4. It would have done, yeah, 4. So 6 damage in total. So that. Okay, end of turn, or Calcum blocks that. End of turn, that gets blocked as well. We can hold on to 2 cards, so we're going to hold on to these 2. Because they're actual cards. Did I use all my energy here, or what? Yeah, I did, because I played Skewer. We gotta remember that we have this. We can draw 4 cards at any time. That might be worth doing next turn. Okay, unfortunately, that's it. So, roll. Oh, we should do the end of turn effects too, real quick. So, 10 damage. We really gotta kill it next turn. It's gonna be a problem otherwise. And then we do 4, 5, 6 lightning damage. Has exactly 50 hit points left. So we have to do 40 next turn to kill it. Alright, we rolled a 1. All these guys come back to life, which is not very fun. But it's okay, I guess. Alright, we draw 6 cards here. Okay, we only have 3 energy, so let's keep that in mind. And these guys don't disappear when this guy dies, so we do still need to kill them. In addition, everyone's taking 4 right now, just by themselves, so that's not fun. Alright, let's draw 5 here. Look at that. Look at that. There's all my draw cards. Alright, I'm going to immediately play Havoc here. Oh, cool. That exhausts. Exhaust draws a card. Hey, it's Pain. We gain a block. We also deal 2 damage to any row. Twice, so 4 damage to any row. Hey, look, let's get rid of these guys. Actually, we probably don't care about them as much. Let's do 2 damage here first. And then 2 damage here. This guy's more of a problem. Okay, we are in fact going to play Thinking Ahead here, which draws 1, 2 cards. Then we're going to put Pain on top of the deck and then redraw it because it exhausts. It's kind of weird how the interaction works, but we'll take it because it allows us to do 2 more damage to another row, which takes that guy out. Okay, and I don't like Pain anymore, so we're going to get rid of it. So we exhaust Pain here, and then we draw 2 cards, and the exhausted one draws 1 as well. Wait, we had 4. What have we played so far? We've literally just played Havoc, and now Burning Pact. Okay. So we should have 3 energy left. Okay, we should see what Defect draws before we keep going here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seems like a pretty good Sunder here. Sunder does 6 damage. I don't think it's really going to matter, though, because we're probably just taking out this guy with it. We do have a Strength this turn. Fortunately, these were not the good draws. Alright. Oh, we get to play Sunder twice, so we can kill someone else with it. Let's just kill... Wait, that's weird. How does that interaction work? Oh, that's crazy. If we kill 2 different enemies with it? This guy's not a problem. Actually, ignore him. Hit him. I guess we gain 3 energy. That's kind of crazy. Okay. We did play it twice then. We're gonna ball lightning for 2 damage. Okay, and then 2 more damage. Okay, we gotta really kind of make sure this guy dies. These 2 are kind of irrelevant now. I don't care about them. Oh, we only drew 5, didn't we? No, we played both of those. This is a very unfortunate draw. I guess we defend. Even with 6 draws, huh? Block. Uh-huh. We're taking 4 over here. We can block with that, though. That's fine. I don't know, is there anything we can bother drawing here? Like, nothing is useful here. The damage we have is in our hand. This deck needs a body slam. That's my opinion. Alright. I guess we start with neutralize? Because it does a damage and it applies a poison. The problem is we might need to block this turn. I think Cloak and Dagger is probably worth playing. Why do I have block here? I don't think I should. Actually, hold on. Let's keep it there for now. I think I am going to play Acro. I regret this. Oh, I can get rid of it. Sweet. Okay, so now I can play Sneaky for free. And Sneaky gives us 3 damage. And applies a poison. We do not have damage here. Alright, we're going to Survivor Cloak and Dagger. That blocks for 3. I think that's the best we can do. And discard something like that. That's fine. We'll hold on to these 2 for next turn, because I feel like we're going to need them. But Cloak and Dagger does give me 1 Shiv, which I will play. For 2 damage and 1 poison. I guess I'm going to Second Wind. It gains me 2 block, plus 2 more block, plus draws 2 cards. And then we can Sever Soul, which draws 2 cards, gains 2 more block, and deals 4 damage. Alright, I think we should be able to pretty easily kill next turn. Unfortunately, we are going to take some damage here on some people. Actually, no, you're full blocking. You'll be full blocking. We're fine. Okay, I was worried, but I think we're good. Okay, discarding this deals the damage to me. Because of the weak, it just does 3 to everybody. We get to keep the remainder of our block there. 3 here. And then over here, we didn't do our end of turn effects yet. We only need to gain 1 though, so we can do 4, 5, 6 damage with that. And then 10 damage with the poison. I'm pretty sure we just kill next turn. But we want to make sure here. So that full blocks. Alright. Oh, it's 13 damage with the poison. Alright, yeah, I guess we kind of have to make sure next turn. Oh, I would have taken a damage if I did that. I forgot about this guy. Alright. We'll gain extra block with that and just add 2 more points. Because we wouldn't have been able to use the loop for that. Okay. Alright, roll the die. You have another strength. You're doing an absurd amount of damage. We're not going to worry about that yet. 3 is great. 3 means that we draw more cards there. So we're just going to go with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Gotta discard a card. We can discard that one. Flechette seems good. We're going to do that first, though. 1, 2, 3, 4. Discard that. We play Flechettes. Flechettes is going to deal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. And apply 7 poison, which will be enough to kill this guy. And just draw 1. Okay, that might be enough right there. Yeah, that kills. All right, we're done. Woo! I was just worried about these two. All right, let's do a little bit of cleanup here. A lot of cleanup, actually. Okay, that was, in fact, our green key fight, so we have that now. We didn't do too bad, either. I think we got everything out. Yeah, we're good on that. So you can go back. Let's get nice and cleaned up here. I might spend this blood potion now. I don't know. That doesn't seem very worth it, actually. Save it. We're not going to get any new potions anyways. This deck, I mean, this defect really, really, really badly wants a Dark Orb somewhere. So hopefully we get that in the rewards here. Like, this Dark Orb would be legitimately so powerful, we just have to get it. Okay. All of our decks are good, I think. No, they're not. There's like 5 cards in here that shouldn't be in here. You, and you. And probably in here too. Just you and you. Okay, let's do our rewards real fast. Everyone gets 2 gold. Okay, everybody gets a treasure. There's not a bad idea of skipping this one if it's bad. Okay, those are good. Those are really good ones. I'm gonna put that there. Those are some of the better relics. I guess we're taking this here, and you're going here. I want curses on Ironclad. I do not want them here. We get 10 gold immediately. I think this is where we got this last time, actually, which is kind of funny. Okay. And then upgraded card rewards. I guess we take an upgraded backflip. More card draw, good. Keeps me safe at the same time. Ooh. Yeah, we're taking the upgraded battle trance. It's worth it. Sometimes it's really annoying because it stops the rest of your draw. But when it works, it works. Okay. Come on now. Give me that Dark Orb. Okay. I mean, that basically becomes free. There's an argument to be made that that Meteor Strike is actually really good. Yeah, we're taking it. We have a lot of powers. The Storm's okay, but that's the second time we've seen that Storm. All right, remove all enemies. We're going to upgrade. Do we need to rest? With the healing pot, I don't think we need to rest. I think we can upgrade all 3. In which case, we are going to upgrade the second acro. Actually, no, it's going to be the master strat. Okay. What are we upgrading here? I think it's gonna be the Feel No Pain. A lot quicker to get in play. Saves me an energy. We always want to play it, so. This deck is really close to just wanting to draw so many cards. I think we are going to upgrade the heat sinks. Okay, and that is our campfire. And this is our boss, which we're going to have to play next time. Thanks so much for hanging out today, everybody, but I gotta go. I gotta go really bad. So we are going, next time we play this, we will be picking up with the collector, where you can save like this. Save game. Boom, slot 20. So thanks so much for hanging out today, everybody. I'm going to kick you out because I got to go real fast here. I stayed longer than I should have, for sure. So let's go find somewhere for you to go, and I'll catch you guys all in the future. All right, let's see who's live. Oh my gosh, Gem is playing D&D with like 4 people. As cool as that is, I kind of want to watch that too, but I'll probably watch the VOD. We are going to read into Leela. Leela is a wonderful streamer, good friend of mine. You'll have a good time there. All right, everybody, have fun over there. I'll see you later. Bye, Gay Annabeth. Bye, Mamamel. Bye, everybody.